This is Crossing Over with Jessica Arianes.
All right. Shalom, shalom, everybody. It's Tuesday night. You're tuned into Crossing Over. I am your host, Jessica Arianes, and with me tonight, I have a special guest, Koresh, Brother Koresh. Shalom.
Good to be with you and everybody who will be joining us. It's a blessing, and thank you so much for having me.
And of course, absolutely. It's been a long time coming.
Yeah.
And trying to get this ball rolling for a while, but everything in Yah's timing, and I think it's actually perfect timing, given the fact that you already have a ministry. We'll get your information to everybody in just a second, but you not only have a ministry, you have a music ministry, plus you have a Spanish ministry. You're from Costa Rica, correct?
Yes.
Currently in an undisclosed location in Costa Rica.
Yeah.
Well, so you've been doing this for a while.
Yeah. Long time. Music and the ministry kind of started together. So yeah, it's been like 19 years, perhaps 18. Since I learned the names, everything started to go like even stronger. So that was like 17 years ago. And the ministry, like the congregation, right now is like 10 going to 11 years, pretty much. The congregation.
Praise Yah. Yeah, so we're really excited. We're going to just have a basic discussion tonight. We don't really have a presentation planned out for you, but we do want to let you all know to look forward to next Tuesday. Brother Koresh will be joining me. We're not quite sure how long, but we do have a lot that we want to discuss. We're going to talk about specifically prophetic indications of the end times, and hopefully put together a little series that will help us navigate not only the time that we're in, but the times that we're going to enter into soon. And so how we can understand perhaps some of the biblical prophecies and how they relate to us. And Brother Koresh, you and I've talked about this before, but there's a lot of misnomers out there, right? A lot of misinformation about prophecy and who's who, right? Who's who?
Exactly. Yeah. Well, like you just wrote in the title, there will be rumors of wars, and that has been happening for many years. In fact,
Right.
And this that just happened could be pretty much the beginning, as we'll explain more in a bit, of the second seal. So that would put us inside the last 7 years, if it is what it seems to be. But we're still
Right.
early for that, like to like put it out there like
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think, again, it's important. We're not looking for specific times and dates, but we're looking to discern the season in which we are in so we can posture ourselves, right? So we can prepare ourselves, but not just physically, not just buying lots of toilet paper, but so that we can prepare. I don't know if you knew about the United States and how we went crazy for toilet paper.
Yeah. I saw that.
I'm so embarrassed. I'm sorry on behalf of the US.
I mean, it happens to a certain level everywhere.
Yeah. I think we, again, it was all part of the programming, but again, not just understanding the specific times, but the seasons that we're in. The purpose, I believe, that Yah wants us to know these things is so that that we're not caught off guard.
I lost you.
Right? And then, are you good?
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Go ahead.
All right, cool. So that we're not caught off guard, but that we don't succumb to the deception that's out there, so that we stay focused and we reach the goal, right? The end mark for us in our lives in this generation. But we want to be able to posture ourselves. And again, it's not just financially and physically preparing with food and all of those things, even though it's essential, but we want to make sure that our heart is ready. We want to make sure that we are ready, that we're not going to lose heart, that we're not going to lose hope, that we're not going to become discouraged, that we're not going to be manipulated or deceived by our own feelings and emotions because they have a hook in us. So we do want to make sure that we are discerning, that we're allowing the Ruach to guide us through these treacherous times. And so I really do appreciate Brother Koresh joining me for this series. Next week, we're going to start our first installation, and we're going to talk about the second Exodus, and we're going to lay some roots and some foundations and look at these things from a clear perspective, a Hebraic perspective, and try to see if we can't navigate through some of the Christian doctrines that are out there. And tonight we're going to have just a brief discussion on what's going on in the Middle East. We're going to use our words wisely, correct, brother? Because we don't want to get flagged, but we are going to discuss some of the politics behind it. Brother Koresh is going to bring it to the prophetic forefront, and we're going to take a look at some of your music. And again, Brother Koresh is not only a musical artist, but he has been anointed to prophesy through music. Interesting to note, some of the musicians of David, the I think, who are they? The sons, was it the sons of Asaph? Sons of Asaph. Yeah, they were prophetic. They were prophetic minstrels. Like they sang their songs prophetically, and so they were prophets and musicians. So
That's right.
praise God for that. Would you like to let everybody know how they can get a hold of you? What is the name of your ministry, and what do you got going on over there? I know you have a book, right?
Yeah. It hasn't come out just yet, but
Okay.
well, I'll go part by part. Like you said, my name is Cordish, and just to let everyone know, because I know that in the States that name might be known by most than everyone. And I have no affiliation nor relation to David Koresh, right, from Waco.
I know, yeah.
Just so you guys know.
I thought about that.
Yeah. So just in case anybody thinks about that, has nothing to do with that. It's just a name, my Hebrew name, which I received long time ago. So yeah, just to put out that right there. Now, like I said, the ministry started a long time ago. The congregation, about 10 going to 11 years. We have people from several parts of the world. Thanks to the Most High, for sure. He's been the one who has made everything happen. Really, I just go along with the ride, whatever he asked me to do. Uh, that's what I'll do. So I started with the music and studying about the system, the New World Order, and all of that. So churches started to ask me to speak, and then when I learned the names and started to speak about the names Yahweh and the name Yahushua, they started to like put me on the side, and that's when I got a radio show here in Costa Rica, and a lot of people started listening and asking me if we could gather to read the scriptures, and we started, and then I started streaming, and then it became what it is at the moment. The congregation, the name of it, the ministry is called in Spanish El Camino de Yahweh. We have a lot more people in Spanish. We've started also in English, which would be the way of Yahweh, as you can see on the screen. And hopefully, this platform will be of a lot of help for our ministry. So I thank you for having me here, and thanks Celio for doing it. Yeah. So other than that, like I said, or like you said, I've been also putting everything that has to do with the scriptures and prophecies through the music. So to teach in both ways, because some people may not come through the teachings, but they will do through the music, just like some just know about the teachings and have no idea that I make music. So yeah, the our official website is oh well, there you go. Is that's on YouTube. That will be the
that's on YouTube.
Right there. And the other one is The Way of Yahweh, so it's the same, but right in The Way of Yahweh altogether to get to the English ministry. We have a lot of teachings in the Spanish channel. We pretty much have the entire scriptures explained and more. So just so everybody knows, and whoever knows Spanish, you can go over there and pretty much learn about anything that has to do with the scriptures, for everything is already explained. Every single chapter, verse by verse. We only have like 2 books to go, Ezra and Nehemiah. So it's pretty much done, thankfully. So I'm very happy about that. The entire scriptures explained, and a lot of them also in the Way of Yahweh, the other channel. We don't have the same amount of teachings, but we're getting there. Plus, the Kodesh this year will be the name of my YouTube that has to do with the music. And if you want to get to like straight to our site, will be losdelcamino.net, losdelcamino.net, or thewayofyahweh.org. And we'll have a bunch more, but let's let you go. And whenever I had to add whatever, I'll just say it.
Oh, sounds good to me. That's a lot of information. I see that we have Sylvia, one of your moderators. Sylvia, if you can please put that information in the chat for us, and then I'll share that information. Thank you, Sylvia. And shalom to you too, sis. And so here we go. We're going to get started. The first thing we're going to do is look at one of his songs. And Brother Koresh is led more towards rap. And so we're going to look at this. But again, we're looking at the prophetic lyrics, the lyrics to this, and how pertinent they are. They are very pertinent to the times that we are in. Then we're going to have a little discussion. We're going to talk about the Balfour document, Britain's role in everything that's going on, and we're going to look at both sides of the war in Palestine. And then we'll conclude. We'll talk a little bit about Albert Pike and World War III, and then we'll conclude with a final video. And then we'll see you all next Tuesday. So hopefully it'll just flow. Did you want to say something, brother?
No, well, as an introduction, since you just said that, I want to make everybody aware that it is hip hop. And I know that a lot of people do not go along with that. But I just want to explain, well, that first of all, is the only music genre in which you can do what you're about to see, which is a song that just is a teaching instead of just repeating a verse or a chorus. It's just a teaching verse by verse, and there are a lot of words in it. And as well, those who know real hip hop would know that it is a genre that has been used since the beginning to go against the system and to speak about what's wrong with the world. So that's pretty much how I started in hip hop and how I ended up liking it at the beginning of my life. And that's just what I started doing. So hopefully everybody will pay attention to the lyrics, because some people, just by listening to the beat, don't like it or go against it because they think it's something bad or evil, because they cannot connect the dots and see that it is about the words and about the message and the spirit which inspires the artist. So in this case, it is the Ruach HaKodesh, just with a little bit of style. So hopefully everybody will like it, pay attention to the lyrics.
Okay, let me testify to that really quick. Thank you, Sylvia. Let me testify to that. You're absolutely right. So like, rap music is just not necessarily my jam when it comes to like worship music. I'm a little more mellow, But I will say, when I listened to a lot of your stuff, it wasn't about, bobbing my head, but I found myself really, my ear was lent towards the lyrics. I was like, what is he saying? And even the videography, I will say the videography is superb. Like, I love your videography, very creative, very artistic. I know you get some help, but I mean, obviously you guys are all working together. And so the visual, that was extremely powerful, was not only the lyrics, but the visual. So putting them together, it really created an opportunity to not only hear biblically what was being said, but then to have a visual that was just what eyes to see, ears to hear. There you go.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And like you said, the visuals and everything. Well, I have the pleasure and the honor by the Most High, like to do the instrumentals and the lyrics and the performance and the video and the editing and everything. So thank you so much for saying that. And also the other thing that you mentioned regarding the book. Well, but I'll talk about the book later on. Just go ahead. All
right. So Taylin, my girl Taylin says, drop that beat. We're going to do that just now. Give me a second and I'll pull it up for you guys. All right. I hope you enjoy. And then we'll have a discussion about that in just a second. Here we go. Let me see if I have the right one. Hang on. No, let's remove this person. And I think this is it. But I want to do so.
The book of Revelation 19:11 says, and there before me was a white horse whose rider is called Faithful and True.
Everyone wants peace, but it's really time for war. It's spiritual and physical. The ball is gonna fall in a hole made for all who got no soul, following soul to be destroyed in the brawl. My fight is lyrical against Baal. You wanna war with him who made the metaphysical? It's so illogical, it's sadly comical. Hold your gods come from Kamehameha. I'm the sarcastic art. For you I'm way too cynical, but I ain't clinical. I just seen it all, seen the scene in all. I came to clean it all, for what seems to matter to the world is fickle. Trapped in a cubicle, making ends meet and repeat every week. Economy is weak, so he will drop like the beat. Every bill burn with the heat. Gold and silver, what's the need? Judgment is at your feet, like a stone coming to defeat and conquer what's beneath. Destroy the beast and his false priest, and the 10 toes, iron and clay do not mix. It's gonna break with all gimmicks. Living, no more limits. Everybody wants peace, but it's really time for war. Everybody wants peace, but it's really time for war. Everybody wants peace, but it's really time for war. Everybody wants peace, but it's really time for war. Everybody wants peace, but it's really time for war. Everybody wants peace, but it's really time for war. Everyone wants peace, but it's really time for war. Everybody has heard the rumor, this world can't go no more. Good shepherd at the door, Lion of Yahudah, hear the roar. Announcing the plagues is stored, all the pain for the brain, for the stain, feel disdain. Here comes the rain, sickle for the grain. All of the few with the gain, fire all over the terrain. The rest burning as the serve, hotter than the desert. You fall, desert the main course. You're getting cursed, of course. You're getting bound. Little evil clown going down.
Soldiers gotta make tough choices.
I will get my crown.
Heard of Cyrus the Great,
I see
King of
what's
Persia?
written down.
He had an army. He warned us.
The one and only Elohim design every creative thing. Send the world a needle came to be. As a king with authority, made time to make a space for matter. And still the masses think that it doesn't matter. Deciding not to honor the father, following after the liar, turning truth into satire. I'm already tired, gotta get you fired. Till the masses can see your ashes, I got the matches. Let me give you light, it's too dark in the night. What is left, what is right, who is dead, who is Mike? On the mic, MIC, then I see your destiny, that's the cannot see. But once I start this, the peace will take away the peace. Those who are not written on the list will die during this war, or without a piece of food when the land gives no fruit. And the brood prophesies as eloquent as the Groot. I'm the axe, you're the root, you're no good, you get the boot. Before the throne you are nude, to allude that your life will be null when it's time to rule. Who is wise, who's a fool, who's the wolf wearing wool? Use the tool for the stool.
Witness wants to take him out. Bring down this whole house of cards.
Everybody wants peace, but it's really time for war. Sword, famine and death. Everybody wants peace, but it's really time for war. Sword, famine and death. Everybody wants peace, but it's really time for war.
Something is coming. War.
Oof. Praise Yah. Hallelujah. That was good, brother. That was good. Woo. And again, very pertinent. How long ago did you write that?
I wrote it like 4.5 years ago, perhaps.
And look at where we are today.
Yep.
Look at where we are today. All right, so let's open up our discussion, which leads us into our discussion. So I am going to keep it very short on my end. Brother, you're free to minister as you are led to do so. But I'm going to talk about the politics of what I believe is going on. Some of the things that you're obviously not going to get from mainstream media sources, not even, I'm going to be honest with you, not even some of the Christian sources. I think it really takes a discerning eye to see, right? Because that's the enemy's, that's one of his arsenals. Like, so it's one of the tricks of the trade is that he's able to, is to hide himself in the chaos. And so it takes a discerning eye to be able to see beyond the charade. And with that being said, we obviously we're watching something that we're wondering, is this really does this have a biblical proportion? Is this really something that we should be alarmed about, concerned about, or is this just part of the agenda that I truly believe is part of the agenda? Not necessarily a false flag, but a false start. Okay, so the enemy likes to, remember, he comes first, the anti-Messiah comes first. So a false start would mean that he would try to set the stage, and then chime in as you wish, brother. But he would try to set the stage for what purpose? So that we say, oh my God, rumors of wars, and this is it, Israel and all the things that are going on, again, not having proper wisdom and understanding. And so then we're motivated to believe that this is, what's happening. They tell us, oh, this is biblical prophecy being fulfilled right before us. And this is the timeline, and this is where we're at. And so then we assume that role. And then we say, oh, look at the anti-Messiah has come. And then what happens is he puts up a false anti-Messiah, okay? And then he comes in, swooping in like the Prince of Peace, coming from Shiloh. And then we're saying, oh, peace, peace. And then really we're just embracing, again, the anti-Messiah. So it behooves us to not only study these things for ourselves, but to cry out for wisdom and understanding, to have discernment in this hour. What do you think, brother?
Yeah, I agree. Well, there's something that you just said that I would like to kind of explain, at least from my perspective from scriptures, and is that well, when I started, I was Christian, like most, I guess, and I always, since a child, I always liked eschatology, right, the teachings of the end times. So I got to learn the Christian point of view about the end times, like very, very early, uh, and it hasn't changed that much really throughout the years. But when I was like 23 is when I got the names, and I already knew about the Illuminati and everything else, how they have twisted everything, how they made the doctrine a false doctrine filled with doctrines of demons, right? The wine of the whore of Babylon and all of that. So that led me to have to read the scriptures without the Christian lens that I was using before, because when I was trying to understand the scriptures with a Christian lens, I wasn't understanding them because there were contradictions all over the place. So I was like, I think most people, they I was seeing like, what is it? Why does this doesn't fit with that? And it was the Almighty who told me, you have to stop thinking like they told you. Just see it as it is. See it as it is written. And that's when everything started to fit. And I realized that in the Christian church, they weren't teaching the truth about almost anything. So I realized something that I think is key. And you mentioned something about it. Christians are expecting the false Messiah to come first. And the scripture does say that he will come, that the apostasy will come first. And that has happened for the last 2,000 years. And that then the son of perdition would manifest. The issue is that in Christianity, they tend to think that the beast of the little horn, or the little horn of Daniel, is the same as the Antichrist or false Messiah. But in fact, we see in the scriptures, both in Daniel and the book of Revelation, that first comes the beast, which will be a world leader who would be pretty much appearing at any moment. Then the false prophet, those are the two beasts that we see in Revelation 13. And after that, they will get together to bring the abomination of desolation mentioned in Daniel, which is the image of the beast, who will be able to speak and kill those who don't worship him, meaning those who don't get the mark of the beast. And that means that there are three, not two. The beast, the false prophet, and the false Messiah. The fact that a lot of people will think that the beast is the false Messiah will make them fall for the true false Messiah. And that will be obviously a huge issue, because that's when they will put the mark, and those who reject it will be beheaded.
That's right. I'm so glad. It's so refreshing to hear somebody speak clearly and not with double speech, right? So that brings me to something you just said. You were talking about a world leader. Now, I know that we've been given the impression, again, we've been indoctrinated. Let's just face it. Again, some of the things that I'm going to say, I don't know what Brother Koresh is going to say, but I know that some of the things that I am going to say might cause you to be offended. So I encourage you, beloved, to just hold fast, be patient, consider what I'm saying, be a good Berean. Consider what I'm saying. Write it down. If something that I say offends you, write it down, take it back, and study it out yourself, right? Don't be tripped up by what I'm saying, but rather search these things out for yourself to see if they be true, just like they did with Shaul, the Jews in Berea, right? So what's interesting is my brother Koresh just talked about a world leader. Now, again, we've been told that this world leader, how exactly is he going to govern the world? Now, that leads me to something called the it's a theory that was established, a geopolitical paradigm theory established by Halford Mackinder. And I'm going to read this document to you. It's a 1990 document for national security strategy. And the first Bush administration noted that for most of the century, the United States has deemed it a vital interest to prevent any power or group of powers from dominating the Eurasian landmass. Now, I want you to take note, Eurasian landmass. We'll talk about that in just a second. But this statement that was made by the first Bush administration closely aligned to the geopolitical paradigm of Halford Mackinder's Heartland theory. There's another theory out here. And again, We're not going to get really into this because I'm going to present on this more in detail. But for now, I just want to lay the foundation. So there's another theory out there that it wasn't someone who takes possession of the heartland, but rather somebody who takes possession of the rimland. Either way, it's this landmass in Eurasia. Now, that statement that he made was this, Brother Koresh. He basically said that whichever power is able to control Central Asia, this massive landmass, that also known as the Great Pivot, that they would eventually emerge as the most powerful state in international politics. And so to govern the world, Brother Koresh, the individual would have to have possession over this massive landmass. And if you were to research or study ancient wars, what you'll find is that all the wars from Vietnam to Genghis Khan to, the war in Russia, all the wars that we know, the rumors of wars, guess where they happen? In Eurasia, in this particular region, what is also known as the Heartland or the Rimland. But again, Google it, look at the actual map so you can see what, and then you will understand why they are warring over this. The only one that actually came close to dominating was the Ottoman Empire. And the Ottoman Empire was a massive threat to Britain at that time during World War I. So do you have anything to say about that? Again, governing the world, they have to first be able to take possession, take the majority of possession. And what's interesting, really quick before we go on, there are 4 specific powers. Now, I don't know how this fits in prophetically to what we would know as horns, but they're all in this strategy, this geopolitical strategy, they are known as the 4 great powers in all documents pointing to 4 great powers. Now, I didn't look into like horns or anything like that, but they're the 4 players. And the 4 players are basically United States, Russia, China, and the European Union. Okay. And all of them are trying to create policy towards Central Asia in order to govern. It's like a race, right? They're all racing to try to rule over or dominate this region so that they can rule from it.
Yeah, I agree. And the only just the last thing that you mentioned is interesting. You mentioned 4 countries, and how the eagle represents the United States, right? And it's connected to several nations that have tried to destroy Israel in the past, the true Israel. And then we have also the bear, which would be Russia, right? And the bear is connected in scriptures to Persia. And then we have you mentioned, the dragon, right, from China. Wow. And lastly, the European Union is represented by, Europa is the goddess that was taken by Zeus, which is Halel, Lucifer, was taken through the sea. So it is a woman on a beast on many waters, which is the description given by the book of Revelation regarding the great whore that sits on the beast that is in the waters being the nations. And the beast, the world leader, the world government, and the whore, the spirit of diabolical wisdom that rules through the false doctrines in the false religions.
Wow. Let me show you something I want to share. And brother, you also have the option of sharing on the screen here. If there's anything you would like to present or share, you just go ahead and hit that present button and then share the screen. But I would like to show something here. Let's see if I can't get to it. So this is actually, again, the area. It's you would just Google Eurasian Heartland. And so this is the area. But again, there's another theory out there that it's not so much the Heartland, that whoever controls the Heartland would be possess the greatest power, but it would be the Rimland. So again, but nonetheless, it's still this landmass that whomever controls this. And again, it's not, I know that we've been told, Brother Koresh, that it's the oil, right? They're there for the oil, or they're there for the land. It's it's a religious. No, they're there for this. They're trying to dominate this, the area that's going to give them the majority of power, so that they can execute. Go ahead, brother.
No, I was just agreeing with you.
Yeah, so that they can execute. And so this is what's called the land power. And of course, that the only one that's ever come close to dominating the majority of this power was the Ottoman Empire. And we know what happened there. So I do want to suggest that politically speaking, this is what's actually happening, and this is what they're really vying for. But of course, they're not going to talk about that. Another thing too. So so again, I don't really listen to rap. I really enjoy your music. I really do. But the song kept coming to my mind as I was researching all of these things. And I know you have a letter from Albert Pike, and I would like you to read that in just a second. But it's interesting. What song keeps coming to my mind? The song by what's his name? Is it Eminem? No, that's his name? I don't know. Will the real Slim say? But is that Eminem?
Yeah.
But the song, what keeps coming to my mind is, will the real Israel please stand up? Over and over and over, just like, will the real Yasharel please stand up? Will the real Yasharel please stand up? And I can't get it out of my head. And it's almost like that's what's happening, right? There seems to be something going on that just isn't right. And is there, in fact, a counterfeit? Now, if you stop and think about it, the word Mashiach just basically means what? Anointed, right?
Yeah.
Mashiach. And it comes Mashiach, and it comes from the Hebrew word mashach, and which means to anoint with oil, shemen, right? So Yahusha, or Yahushua, as you say, would have been the anointed savior, or the one who was appointed or authorized to save, to deliver, right? The one that Yah had ordained or sent, commissioned. Now, so the anti-Mashiach or the anti-Messiah would be in opposition to that, but would come appearing as such. So remember, the anti-Messiah is going to outwardly appear, which is going to deceive those who are looking for an outward sign, right? And what did Yahusha himself said? He said to those, they were saying, show us a sign, show us a sign. He said, the only sign I'm going to give you is the sign of Jonah, repent, right? And, so again, it's going to require great discernment, eyes to see and ears to hear what is actually taking place. Now, you were talking about Albert Pike, and I'll lay the foundation and I'll give you some names so that you all can do some research and test what we are saying here. But I would like to suggest that we're being set up. This is a setup, and that we do have powers that are presently occupying a specific land mass that has to do with this land mass the Euro-Asia land mass that I suggested. If they can govern the majority of this land, then guess what? They have control of the world. And so, but why? So who is in the land? Will the real Israel please stand up, right? Will the real just please stand up? And so, brother, what you have a book. What book do you have?
I'm just, like I said, I'm about to publish it. It's called Declaring the End from the Beginning. And it is pretty much an explanation of the end times from the point of view of the book of Revelation, and taking into account every single other book in scripture. So pretty much going from Genesis till the end to explain the book of Revelation. So it has 22 chapters. Each of the chapters is connected to each of the 22 chapters of the book of Revelation. So when it becomes available, you'll be able to just, whatever you want to understand from the book of Revelation, you'll be able to see the verse in the book and the explanation right next to it. So I'm pretty happy how everything's coming out. So I really hope to be back here to let you guys know when.
Absolutely. Wait a second. Wait. Hope to be back. No, you are. That's it. We've captured you. You're in the house. You're in the house. You've crossed over. So when that does come out, maybe we can do a review of the book. Maybe go through the book. Also, just before we continue in our conversation here, and again, tonight was just an informal conversation about the events. I do plan on presenting. Brother Koresh will be joining me. We don't have like an exact amount of time, but hopefully we'll have him for a while. And we are going to continue to discuss these end time events. We're going to have a series that we're putting together, but I just want to let you know that I'm also starting a podcast. I have a couple of different guests that I'm going to have join me. Hopefully Brother Koresh can join me. We have some musicians. We're going to have music. We're going to have different types of worship music, rap music, whatever. But it's going to be a really cool podcast for you that maybe when you're driving or something, sort of like a radio podcast. But for now, we're just going to focus on end time prophetic events. So you have the quote from Albert Pike. Now, if in fact what I believe is happening in regard to setting the stage, they would first have to set the stage for chaos, right? They're going to create chaos. It's the Hegelian dialectic. So they're going to create chaos, right? And it's how the enemy hides. He hides behind chaos. He requires that a house be divided, that everybody's being fueled by their emotions, your feelings and your emotions, so that you don't have the ability to utilize the faculties of reason, right? So that you don't critically think about what's happening. I believe that when things like this happen, and I don't know what you do in situations like this, Brother Koresh, but for me, when I see situations that happen, they're going on, and I know that the powers that be are dark powers, I usually step back. I will step back from the media. I will step back from anything, and I will glean as much information as I can, but then I'll step back and I'll process it before Yah. I'll meditate. I'll look at his word. I'll maybe reach out to a few people, get their position on it. But I try to step back from, because media has a way of provoking your lower emotions. And when we are in that place of our lower emotions, that's when the enemy is able to then deceive. But you said you had a letter from Albert Pike setting up World War III.
Yeah, I'll read that in just a moment, but it's from
talk to
everything
me.
that you just said, I would like to say a couple more things.
Please, yeah.
Like you mentioned, the false Messiah, like everybody has the idea of anti-Messiah, and because of the word anti, as somebody who will come completely against in an obvious way, when it is not that way, because anti really means instead of. So he will put himself instead of the true Messiah. And the main issue is that through the apostasy of the past 2,000 years, because the apostles said that the apostasy had begun in their time, through the 2,000 years, they have changed everything regarding the Messiah, starting from the doctrine. And then when they had a different doctrine, they made it an image and a false name. So it has a different name, an image, and a doctrine. And that is what most people think is the Messiah. So when that appears, many will be fooled thinking that is the Messiah, because they follow an image. They follow a false name. And remember what Yahushua said in John 5. In John 5:41 through 44, he said, I do not receive honor from men, which many people don't understand. And the false Messiah obviously is seeking that honor from men, and he will get it from those who are deceived, obviously. I do not receive honor from men, but I know you, that you do not have the love of Yahweh in you. Now listen to this. I have come in my Father's name, Yahushua, Yahweh. So I have come in my Father's name. Yahushua means Yahweh saves. And you do not receive me. If another comes in his own name, him you will receive. So he is being very clear. I have come in my Father's name, and you do not receive me. If another comes in his own name, him you will receive. Obviously, in the name Jesus, even Yeshua, there is no mention of the name of the Father, Yahu. So I have come in my Father's name, and that not only means that the Almighty sent him, because that's what most Christians tell me when I tell them that. That doesn't mean the name, the word. It means that he sent him. But then I asked them about the verse, which is actually translated very badly, but in the King James, which most Christians use, they read that it says, many will come in my name and will deceive many, right? Because some will come in my name and they will deceive many. So Christians say that the term coming in someone's name means being sent by. In that case, the false messiahs, the false prophets, would be sent by the Messiah. But that's not the case. He's saying that they would use his name. So they are contradicting themselves with their doctrine. And like I said, that is a bad translation, but that's the translation they use. So I use it to show that it makes no sense. So when we read this with that idea, we understand that it is talking not only by the fact of the fact that he's sent by the Most High, but also that he's sent with his name. That's why Yahweh said throughout the Torah and the Tanakh that he would put his name in his temple. He would make a temple to put his name in it. And as we know, Yahushua said, destroy the temple and I will raise it up in 3 days, because he was talking about his own body. So his body is the temple. That's why he had to have the name of the Father in it. So I have come in my Father's name and you do not receive me. They still don't. Most, if another comes in his own name, false name, him you will receive. That's whom everybody's expecting. How can you believe who receive honor from one another? Since people want to receive honor from one another, everybody wants to be famous, everybody wants to be accepted, then they don't realize that that feeling, that idea makes them not realize who the true Messiah is, because they are expecting someone like them, meaning someone who actually seeks honor from men. But Yahushua said, I do not receive honor from men. That's not what he came for. So who receive honor from one another and do not seek the honor that comes from the only mighty one. So when you seek the honor that comes from Yahweh, then that is when people start rejecting you and hating you like they did Messiah. But when everybody likes you, that's a bad sign according to scriptures. And that was just to mention what you said regarding the false Messiah. When he appears, he will appear according to what everybody's expecting, according to the false doctrines. And that's why we need to get into the scriptures to really get to see the true Messiah. The true Messiah.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited, man. Oh my gosh. I don't think we have enough time. Brother Koresh, he messaged and said, hey, how long do you think we're going to go tonight? I said, maybe an hour.
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, you can go for as long as you want.
No, I mean, brother, ask my people, ask the people. I mean, I could go for hours and hours and hours. Don't mess with me. So when Brother Koresh, I was like, I don't know, Brother Koresh, what do you got in you? Maybe an hour, hour and a half. He's like, whatever, it's fine. So, I mean, just so much to talk about. What a pleasure it is to be able to bounce these things off of somebody who knows what they're talking about. You know, I'm like debating whether I should get into that. Let's hold off on the whole name thing and the false Messiah, because I have so much to say in that regard, especially coming in someone's name and what that actually means when you send a messenger. But what it looked like back in the Near East, the ancient Near East, to send a messenger in someone's name, there had to be a signet, there had to be a seal, there had to be a sign, something that designated the authority. See, that's the thing. So back then they didn't have last names. I guess I'm just going to talk about it for a second. Back then they didn't have last names. So didn't, the house of so-and-so. So your reputation was everything. Your yes and your no. Your vows and the fulfillment of your vows, doing what you say, producing, right? That was everything. And that's how a household name was established, whether it be a house of honor or a house of shame. So this is why even today in the ancient Near East, or in the Near East, or in the East, whether it's in small communities or not, you have this tribal mindset that if someone shames the family, it's a mark on the name of that household. Why? Because in small communities, they rely on one another for bartering, for trading, to thrive, right? They thrive. It's a small community and they all know each other and they all have to barter, right? So if you are shamed, if there's a mark on your house or a mark on your name, there's shame. That makes it difficult for you to then conduct business within the community. This is very important. So back then, when you were honorable, your name was honorable, then your sons and your daughters could come in, not the name of the father, but in the works or the reputation of what the father had done. So for example, the house, this is why you would say, I'm so-and-so, son of Zebedee, son of so-and-so, son of so-and-so, son of so-and-so. They would go back as far as the reputation goes back. So when they came into a foreign house, they would say, oh yes, I've heard of you. I've heard of your father. This is an example when they came into the land of Canaan and they confronted Rahab, right? Rahab. And what does she say? I heard of your Elohim, the reputation of your God. Her fear, her faith, her amunah, her fear was because she had heard of what Yahweh had done for his people to preserve them, right? So the reputation preceded them. So therefore, she was able to respond to them accordingly. Her life was saved because of the reputation. So if we think who is the creator, he is the one from the beginning, right? He's the author of creation, not confusion. So if Yahusha comes in the name of his father, he's coming in the reputation of his father, what he has done. So that's important. We'll talk about that another time because I'm sure we can go off so much information there. But yes, I do agree with you. I actually presented on exactly what you said. And the fact that, so Satan is the author of confusion, right? He's the prince of the air, and he is very well versed in propaganda, creating propaganda and spinning. You know, he's the spin doctor, and he can spin information. He requires a soapbox. He requires media. He requires a platform in order to do that. Brother, I know you have something to say, but let me just finish with this. You know, the word broadcast, if you stop and think about it, even in the Greek, so Yahusha says that it says of him that he spoke in parables, right? It's a compound word, parabolo. And even when in Spanish you say para aquí, right? What does that mean? Para.
You asking me?
Yeah.
To, like to something.
Para.
Like to, para? P-A-R-A?
Like para aquí. Like para aquí.
Ah, stop.
Oh, para. Okay, so over here in the Mexico and the Mexican things, like para means right here. Come here, para aquí. Like it's,
Okay,
it's a
no,
designation. It's a designation, like a locale. It
Oh,
designates.
that would be like stop here, like what you just said. Stop
Oh,
here.
perfect.
Stand here. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Here, like this is a
Yeah.
designation here, right? Okay, so para, because it's Latin, parabolo, the seed. And what's interesting is that this word parable, in which Yahusha spoke in parables, it means to cast your seed alongside. Okay, so it's a agricultural term, balo, meaning to broadcast. Farmers would take their seed from their little apron and then they would broadcast it. They would throw it broadly across the field to sow their seed a particular way. So this is where we get the English term broadcasting. So brother, when they're on the media and when they're putting their information out, what exactly are they doing? They're broadcasting the serpent seed. They're broadcasting, whether it's on a platform, whether it's behind a pulpit,
Yeah.
whether it's behind a microphone, right? Singing,
Yeah.
broadcasting.
Plus media is actually the name of the goddess of
Oh
illusion.
my gosh, yes.
So yeah, just the name media, plus they are casting illusions. They are enchanting the people with lies and repetitions, right? Because they repeat everything in every single news show or whatever. They always say the same things to keep everybody afraid, like you said, in a lower frequency, so that the evil entities are fed.
Oof. Wow. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? That is powerful. And again, that's a whole nother topic we can talk about, even in how it affects certain regions of the brain and even in memory. And so why is all of this important? Because again, it's not so much about what's happening in the East. It's about how they are reporting. See, this is where you have to be very wise. Okay. Be wiser than these serpents. But brother, so it's not necessarily what's happening, but it's how they're reporting that information. They're spinning that information. And we hear a lot of Christian sources out there. Even my mom, I was having a conversation with her. Hi, Mom. I know she's listening tonight, but we were having a conversation today, and she was talking about how her pastor, and she's very wise when it comes to this. And she's like, yeah, Gog and Magog and all the things, right? And I was like, yeah, Mommy, tune in tonight, and we'll talk about it, and then we'll see what you have to say. But I do want you to talk about what Albert Pike presented again. So go for it.
I have this book right here, and actually, I'm sure the letter is found in a lot of places. You can actually, I'm sure, find it through the internet.
Let me see if I can find it while you're presenting on it.
Okay.
What's the letter? Tell me, and I can look
let
it
me
up.
tell you how you can find it. Well, you can write the letter from Albert Pike to Giuseppe Mazzini, written in 1871, August 15, 1871. Albert Pike.
Was it about, what was it titled? Was it titled for like a World War III, or was it
three world wars to control the world? Pretty much. That's some of what is being said in it.
Perfect. So let me look it up.
So as you look for it, I'll just mention that this is a letter that it is said to have been written by Albert Pike, who is the pioneer of Freemasons in the United States. And he wrote it to Giuseppe Mazzini, who was the leader of the Illuminati at that time, in August 15, 1871. So pretty much 152 years ago, he wrote this letter in which he says three ways, or how through three world wars they would be able to control the world. So they had a plan, like I just said, many years ago, and obviously they had it even before it was written, to control the world after three world wars. And as we know, two of them have already happened. And if you read the letter, the first two, happen like it was in the letter. So there you go. So the other, I'm just going to read the third, since that is the one that would be happening at the moment. And like I said, the whole letter is interesting. I actually made a song about it. It's called La Guerra, in Spanish, the war. And so those who know Spanish, you can go and listen to it. It's called La Guerra by Kodesh Desir. And I explain everything in the song. I pretty much wrap the letter and add a little bit of the scriptures to understand what is going on and what would happen. So as you are seeing there, I'll read it before everybody else does. It says here, the Third World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences caused by the agenda of the Illuminati between the political Zionists, which is what is happening right now, and the leaders of the Islamic world. So you can see how hundreds of years ago they already had the plan that if the Third World War would be Zionist against Muslims. Then it says the war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, the Muslim Arabic world, and political Zionism, the state of Israel, mutually destroy each other. That's their plan, the Masonic plan. We shall unleash the nihilists and the atheists, and we shall provoke a great social cataclysm, which in all its horror will show clearly to all nations the effect of absolute atheism. This is interesting, and most people don't get that Masons actually worship, and that was written also by Albert Pike in Morals and Dogma, and a letter that he wrote to the 32 and the 33rd degree Masons, in which he tells them that the god of Masonry is Lucifer. So they actually worship Lucifer, even if those below the 31st degree don't know it. They worship Lucifer. So they don't want atheists either. They want to destroy atheism and Christianity because they want everybody worshiping Lucifer. And they will do so through the false doctrine, through the false, obviously the false prophet and then the false Messiah. So it says, clearly to all nations the effect of absolute atheism, the origins of savagery and of most bloody turmoil. Then everywhere the people will be forced to defend themselves against the world minority of the world revolutionaries and will exterminate those destroyers of civilization and the multitudes dissolution with Christianity, whose spirits will be from the this that I'm about to read is key because, like I said, obviously they want to destroy those who believe in the Messiah. And greater group, in terms to number, would be Christianity, right? They claim to believe in the Messiah, even if the doctrine is not completely correct. They claim to believe that the Son of the Most High came and died for their sins. And that is the first key to the kingdom. That brings justification, as we read in Romans 10:10, that one believes with the heart for justification and confesses with the mouth for salvation. So we need believe and confession. Those are the two keys. And that's how some will enter as the few and the many. The few won't experience death, as we see written by Paul in Corinthians and Thessalonians and Yahuchanan in the book of Revelation. Some won't experience death when they are transformed in the harvest, but some will have to go through death, and those are the many. So I always speak about the few and the many, the wheat of the harvest of Revelation 14 and the wine. So, well, the grapes that will become wine, that represents the many.
Or the
people,
wrath.
yeah, who will go through wrath. So those many are the ones that pretty much are being mentioned here that they want to destroy. Those are the many who believe but do not have confession. So they will have justification through death. But for salvation, you need, and meaning to go without experiencing death, you would need confession. And we'll speak about that eventually. So I'll continue reading, and it says, and will exterminate those destroyers of civilization and the multitude's dissolution with Christianity, because they will realize that their doctrine was wrong, so they will start to doubt their belief. And that's what they're trying to do, make Christians doubt their belief and reject Messiah pretty much. So dissolution with Christianity, whose spirits will be from that moment without direction and leadership and anxious for an ideal. So they will accept the ideal that they will be offered. As you mentioned many times, they create a problem then the reaction, and then the solution. So they will, through this war, make a problem. The reaction will be the Christians will be the solution, and then they will add their solution, which is the false Messiah, the false doctrine.
Right.
And so it says, from that moment on, without direction and leadership, and anxious for an ideal, but without knowledge where to send its adoration, will receive the true light, as they call it, through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer, as they would say, right? I'm reading from here. I don't believe this. So
Wow.
I'll repeat that. Will receive, they want the Christians to receive this through the doubt that the end times will bring to their hearts, because the rapture, as they believe it, won't happen. So will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer, brought finally out into public view. Out into public view. A manifestation which will result from a general reactionary movement which will follow the destruction of Christianity and atheism. They want the destruction of Christianity and atheism, both conquered and exterminated at the same time.
Wow.
So that is what they are doing right now.
Proposing to do, yes. Yeah, this is the motivation. This is the posture of their heart and their motivation. All right, so let's, was that the end of the letter?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, so let's get into it. So we have two powers present that are occupying. Of course, we have civilians. We have civilians that are occupying the land called Israel. And then we have those who are in a small region. We have two regions in Israel where there are Palestinian civilians. You have the West Bank, which I've been to, and then you also have Gaza, which I've been to. And you have these particular small little spaces with approximately 6 million Palestinians scattered throughout. 2 million, I think, are in Gaza, and then you have the other 4 million, which are in the West Bank. Now, I know that we have been told that the people that are in the land are, in fact, Jews. And what does that mean exactly, that they are Jews, brother? It means that they're claiming that they are from the line of Judah and have a right then to facilitate a government. And so what does that government look like, and how exactly was it established? Well, if you do a little bit of research, and like I said, we're not going to get fully into it because there's just way too much, but this idea, and we're not going to talk about Edom. We're not going to talk about Esau. We're not going to talk about the Gentile Ashkenaz or Ashkenazi, who basically Gentiles. We're not going to talk about that tonight, at least. We will talk about it in the future as we go through all of this. But what you need to understand is that during World War, was it World War One? Yes, World War One. Let me get my information here. So during World War One, you had the British who were contending against the Ottomans, right? The Turks. And at that time, there was no such thing as an Arab nation, right? So you had a particular individual. His name was, his household name was Hashem. And he claimed to be a descendant of Muhammad. And he was part of the Arab tribes and royalty at that time. And what he basically wanted was he wanted to establish Arab nations, which is now the Arab Federation. So he was working with the British, and the British were basically promising, they were double dipping. And they were promising that if they fought with them alongside the British, that they would then offer them liberty and nationalism, and so that they would become nations, which we are now know as Iraq and Iran and various Arab nations. Now, somebody asked me, well, what is an Arab nation? So basically, an Arab nation it has to do with the lingua franca. So any language or any nation that's basically says, we speak Arabic, they are saying then we are Arab and our first language is Arabic, which is why the Quran is written in Arabic or has been redacted or edited to Arabic. So you have the British basically saying, hey, listen, work with us and we will, Muslim nation, right? We will create nations for you. Iraq will give you land, we'll back you up. And then on the other hand, you have those who are in the EU who call themselves Judah. But what people don't fully understand is that you had something called the Zionist Congress, which was actually the first Zionist Congress was established in Switzerland. And it was during that time that these very wealthy individuals, Rothschilds leading them, but you had these very wealthy individuals who came together as a confederacy or as a federation and called themselves a Zionist Congress, which I believe, and we're not going to talk about it tonight, but I believe that they were the Khazarians, which were the converted. They converted to Judaism. So that's why they were extremely powerful. They were extremely wealthy. And so you have the movement of the Zionist movement, I believe, was facilitated by Khazarian converted Jews. Okay. So with that being said, you have the British now saying to this Congress, to the Zionist Congress, hey, we will make you a nation. Right? We think you should go back to your land. We think you should have your land. You should go back and you guys should govern as the state of Israel. Right? And then they were like, hey, that's a good idea. So Arthur Balfour was instrumental in making that happen. He basically wrote a letter. He's the one that initiated and wrote a letter to Rothschild and basically made this statement. And he was Britain's foreign secretary. Rothschild was down for it. He was like, yeah, let's do this. We got the resources, but you're going to have to help us because I don't think, the UN's going to fall for it. So then you had Theodor Herzl. Now, Theodor Herzl was an Austrian. And so basically, he also promoted the movement, the Zionist movement. He wrote a book called Der Judenstaat. And Der Judenstaat means the Jewish state. So he wrote this book and was propagating the idea of Israel becoming a state. However, the UN, when they tried to lay it out and say, hey, okay, this is to the Arabs, this is what we're going to give you guys, these regions, and in Egypt we'll get this, and the whole controversy with the land that Egypt took back and all the stuff. So they were basically saying, and then the UN was like, no. And the Arabs were like, no, we're not going to go for that. And the US, they needed people to back them up, specifically the US, right? But they weren't getting the traction that they needed to actually make this happen. So you know what they did, Brother Koresh?
Tell me.
They used a brother named, well, actually several individuals, but check this out. One, and again, I'm giving you these names so that you can go and research them yourself, but it was Lloyd George, specifically Lloyd George, Charles Taze Russell, and David Horowitz. Now, these three individuals were demonstrative in facilitating the movement. Why? Let me tell you why. So they knew that the Western states were governed primarily by Christian doctrine. So guess what they did, beloved? Guess what? Specifically, Lloyd George, who was a Christian zealot from Britain, he was a Christian zealot. Guess what he began to promote at the pulpit of Christianity? He began to spread the idea that Israel returning, the Jews returning to the land, is the fulfillment of prophecy. Now, I know you're going to have a lot to say about that. And that's actually what we're going to talk about next week. So please be sure to tune in next week. We're going to talk about the second Exodus and what that actually looks like. And if you have any questions before that, I'm giving you some homework tonight, brother. Even as I was going through your notes, what came to mind was Ezekiel, specifically Ezekiel, where it talks about, what is it, Ezekiel, or was it Jeremiah or Micah? Like, I don't know, but Ezekiel 37. And it talks about what that pattern of restoration looks like. So a promise of a restored Zion. Now, there are prophecies, biblical prophecies, that talk about the promise of a restored Zion. But what we see that took place in 1948 was not part of the prophecies, not even close to the prophecies that are mentioned in Zechariah, Ezekiel, Jeremiah, and Micah. Now, I know you and I had a brief conversation about some of these prophecies, and you have your position on those prophecies, and I would like to hear your position, and then we can move on from there. But again, some of these prophecies that this individual, specifically Lloyd George, a Christian zealot, was telling the world, hey, these people need to go back. They need to be able to go back into their land because it's prophecy. It's biblical prophecy. And see, you have to understand that the Puritans that were here, that had migrated over here, a lot of the Christian Puritans, they were anticipating that this was their Mecca, and they were anticipating the return of Jesus Christ at any given moment. I mean, they were just like, he's going to come tomorrow. So when they push the agenda to have the you know, I don't even know what to call them at this point, the Polish European Jews at that time, to have them return, the Christians here in the West were basically saying yes, because if they return, Brother Koresh, then Jesus is coming. And yay, right? Yay, yay. We're going to rule and reign in the millennial kingdom. And I mean, they had a lot to look forward to, but they didn't actually fulfill those prophecies. What was happening? Talk to me.
Yeah, that's well, that plan right there led to pretty much what is happening right now. And also, sadly, it also led to many other doctrines coming from Christianity based on the state of Israel, right? When it was, founded, like you just mentioned, with different intentions than true biblical ideas. And like I have mentioned, there are many Orthodox Jews who do not accept the state of Israel in many countries, who are completely against the state of Israel, because they realize, even though they don't accept the Messiah, Yahushua, they do accept the fact that the state of Israel is not the true Israel, is not the fulfillment of the prophecies given by the Most High. And they understand that they were put all around the nations, like Yahweh prophesied, and it is him who will make it happen, not the United Nations and not anybody else. In fact, there's a book that is called something like Hitler, the Founder of Israel. And it is very interesting because it kind of explains how they used all of that in the Second World War to make that happen. And like you were saying, they do use a lot of scriptures claiming that they are prophecies that have been fulfilled, but they make no sense when you really see the context. That is something that they do a lot, not just Jewish, but Christians. And they take a verse and they take it out of context and they make
cherry picking, right?
Exactly. So that is something that is happening. That it happens with that, like that when we go through the second Exodus, I'll have the chance to explain a lot with the scriptures in hand, so that you guys see what I mean regarding taking out of context and misinterpreting many things just to say that the state of Israel is the fulfillment of it, when the Almighty said that the second Exodus would be greater than the first, and we would stop talking about the first once the second happens. And we see that nothing special happened when the state of Israel, and I mean miraculous. Many people believe it's miraculous because they were able to do it, but with the backup of those who control the world, how can you not? The Protocols of Zion also, right? Well, you know about that book. They claim it's not true, but everything has been fitting right into place with what it was written in it. They said what they were going to do, and they've been doing it for a long time. So they just take the scriptures to their own advantage, and then they teach it to the Christians because they do it through many secret societies that they have. They infiltrate Christianity, and some of them become pastors. Some teach the pastors through theology, because that's another thing, right? In universities, they control universities, so they know what they tell the pastors what to teach, and that's what they've been doing. So they've been putting Christians to kind of, in a way, worship the Jewish people, claiming that they are the true Yahudim. It's interesting that they prohibited the pronunciation of the name, so they took it even out of the name Yahudah. So that's why they call it Judah. They took Yahu from it, and that's why they are not Yahudim. They are Jews, right? And as it is written in Revelation 2:9, says, "I know your works, tribulation and poverty, but you are rich, and I know the blasphemy of those who say they are Yahudim," or as it is written in the King James, Jews, "and are not, but they are the synagogue of Satan," the synagogue of the enemy. Revelation 3:9, "Indeed, I will make those of the synagogue of Satan who say they are Jews and are not, but lie. Indeed, I will make them come and worship before your feet, and to know that I have loved you." So Yahweh is clear that in the end times, some would claim to be the true Israelites when they are not, for they are not descendants, and even less believers in Messiah. And we know that in Messiah there is no Greek nor Yahudi, for we are all one. So they are neither in the flesh nor in the spirit. They are just in the name, and not even, because they took the name of the Father from it.
That's right.
And yeah, well, you already mentioned who they are, or at least their ancestry, right? So yeah, they are the ones taking over the world, claiming they are Jewish or Yahudim, And that's why when you
Ish.
talk about it, all of a sudden you become an anti-Semite, when in reality they are the ones, because like I said,
Programming.
anti means instead of. So
That's right.
anti-Semite, that would mean you are putting yourself instead of the sons of Shem. That's what they are in fact doing, not us. They are doing that. And in fact, as you know, well, regarding who the true Yahudim are, there's something interesting that we see that parallels what is going on at the moment in the scriptures, and it is the time when Jacob went into the room of Yitzhak dressed as Esau, right, or Esau, right, his brother,
Right.
because Rivka, his mother, told him that Yitzhak was about to give the blessing to Esau, yet she knew that the blessing was not for Esau, it was for Jacob, because she was told when she was pregnant that the one who would come out last would be the one to receive the right and the promise and the blessing. So when she realized that Yitzhak was about to bless Esau because he was blind, and that represents that he wasn't seeing spiritually who the
That's
true
right.
heir was. So he was also blind physically, right? But that helped for Jacob to enter dressed as Esau. So when he did that, it's interesting that Jacob got dressed as his brother Esau in order to
Right.
take the blessing. So then Esau got back at Jacob, who became Israel, by dressing himself as Israel. So that's why to get this world, control over the things of this world, he got dressed as Jacob to take it from
Right.
Israel.
Absolutely. Bravo. Brother, have you been picking my brain? Because, you know, I've said this 1,000 times, but I am absolutely in agreement with you. Let's go somewhere. I'm going to put the scriptures up on the board. And if we can, let me see if I can't get from the proper version here. Hang on. Let's look at, and then just tell me what you think about this. Let me see if I can get it up. Hang on. All right, here we go. Entire screen. Here we go. So this is interesting to note here. And again, we're going to look at patterns, right? Again, we want to look at the reputation. So if the reason why Yah reveals himself through mankind is so, again, that we can know the way he moves, we can see the pattern of our king, because again, our Messiah is going to come in his name, and we're going to know his reputation. There's a fly in my house and I just want to kill it. Okay, so we have Second Chronicles. So this was actually Second Chronicles. This is when the priests had come out of under, it was during the time of division and the civil war, and under Jeroboam and Rehoboam, right? And so Jeroboam was governing the northern tribes at that time, and he was practicing syncretism. And that basically means that he was committing great atrocities. And if you don't know, he actually had caused the installment of the priests to cease. He stopped them from worshiping unto Yah. And what he did was he forced them, this is the Levitical priesthood, under the rule of Jeroboam, he had forced them, brother, to actually worship and sacrifice up in the high places unto other gods. And the verse actually says unto demons, unto unclean spirits, and unto foreign idols. Okay, so he was forcing them unto death to actually defile themselves and the priesthood. So during that time, they eventually revolted against Jeroboam, and they went over to the southern tribe under Rehoboam, the son of what was Solomon, the son of Solomon, right? Okay, so with all that being said, this particular verse and chapter and verse is talking about that particular incident when they were coming under and how they left. And I want to show you something that I think is extremely vital here. Again, we're looking at patterns and how Yah mobilizes his people. And this is a powerful statement that I'm going to make here. So it says here, and from all their borders, the priests and the Levites who were in all Yasharel took their stand with him. For the Levites left their open lands and their possessions and came to Yehuda and to Jerusalem, for Jeroboam and his sons had rejected them from serving as priests unto Yahuwah. as he appointed for himself priests for the high places and for goats and the calf idols which he had made. And that word goat is Sair, it's for demons. And after the Levites left, those from all the tribes of Yasharel, such as set their, listen, though, this is the key. Look at brother, such as set their heart to seek Yahuwah Elohim of Yasharel, who came to Jerusalem to slaughter unto Yah Elohim of their fathers. And they strengthened the reign of Judah or Yahudah and made Rehoboam, son of Shalomo, strong for 3 years, for they walked in the way. Okay, so why is this important? So note this, brother. It says here, all those who had set their heart to seek Yahuwah. Well, we see this replicated in another instance when they're coming out of Babylon. Brother, when they're coming out of Babylon, remember they were released from captivity. They have nothing to look forward to. The temple had been destroyed. Their land had been demolished, right? They had no homes, no resources. They had nothing there. They were not too eager to leave Babylon and return to Jerusalem. In fact, a lot of them stayed behind in Babylon. A lot went into Egypt, and a lot of them were just like, we don't know where to go. But it literally says that those who set their heart upon the task, it says that Yah anointed them. He poured out his ruach upon them, and he gave them the spirit that they might be able to courageously go forth. Why is that important, brother? Because in another verse, in these other prophecies that apparently the Christian Zionists, who are the people that I mentioned? Charles Russell. If you look up Charles Russell, he was a Christian Zionist, brother. He was a Christian Zionist who basically pushed.
Founder of the
Yeah, tell me.
Jehovah's Witnesses.
Well, there you go. There you go. Yes. And so he was an early Christian Zionist, right? So he was pushing it because, again, he was saying that by doing so, by putting these people in the land, which was really political and had nothing to do with biblical, beloved, but by putting them in the land, then that we are fulfilling some of these prophecies. But if we look at these prophecies, in the prophecies, it says that Yah will do this. He will mobilize and always has mobilized his people, not by might, not by strength, but by his ruach. And we just saw 2 instances of when he mobilized his people, and this is a large group of people, to exit something, that he did it by his ruach or by utilizing Meshiachs, right? Like, for example, Moses and Aaron acting on his behalf to mobilize the people. But everything that was done supernaturally. Everything that was done. If you look at that word for not by power, not by strength, if you look at power and strength, do you know the word for power there? Even in the Greek, even in the Hebrew, it's talking about military force. It's talking about financial powers, financial resources, basically the arm of the flesh. So he says that he will not move his people this way. It will not be because the UN created a policy and mandated the return of the people. It will not be because the United States and wealthy, Zionists were able to contribute to the financial movement. It's not going to be because of worldly leaders who mobilize his people. You have something to say about that?
No, I agree. I was actually just reading some of the comments, so I don't know.
Yeah.
There were a couple of questions. I don't know if you want me to speak on.
You can pop them up. So you can just click it and it'll go up on the screen, and then you can respond to them. Do you see? If you just click it, it says show. Which questions? Show me, and I'll put them up.
There's one I'm not sure. Let me see where it went. I don't see it anymore. Can I? It just says that I guess it's talking about me, that I teach that Yahushua is the first, and okay. Well, yeah, I guess it's somebody who follows but has his own ideas or something like that. So it's asking about the first and the last, which is, I think you were gonna put the song at the end, if anything. But just in a nutshell, the doctrine he's talking about that I teach, which I guess haven't seen anywhere, so maybe that's why he's jumping to those conclusions. In the scriptures, we see in Deuteronomy that Yahweh says, I am one. Well, in fact, it says Yahweh Echad. Yahweh is one, right? Some others translate Echad differently, for he is unity. or he's unique. But one of the translations would be Yahweh is one. There is no other one like him. He's the only one like himself, right? And that's why when he made creation, he made it through the letter Bet, which has the numerical value 2. That's why Bereshit, right? In the beginning. So he made creation with the letter Bet because he is one and creation would be 2. That's why in creation there is duality, up and down, right and left, male and female, and everything else, right? Cold and hot. I don't know if I already said above and below.
Contronyms, even in
and the
words, in the Hebrew
everything.
language, you have
Exactly.
contronyms, something that opposes the opposite. Yeah.
Exactly. So
Light and dark.
this reality
right,
is all about duality. And that is why after Yahweh in Deuteronomy says, I am one, or that he is one, we read in Isaiah that he himself says, I am the first and I am the last. So all of a sudden he says he is 2, the first and the last. And although many interpret that verse as the fact that he has always been, that he has always existed, in fact, that cannot be it, because first and last only exist in time, right? Only in time there is first and last. In eternity, there's no such thing, because there is no time, there is no beginning, there is no ending. So when he says I am the first and the last, he's talking about 2 manifestations that he would do in this earth, because this reality has duality. So he would appear twice with that duality to be part of this reality as he created it, because he follows his own rules. So he would come as the first and then as the last, as the Kohen and then as the Melech, to forgive and then to condemn, right? To bring mercy and then to bring justice. He would come as the arm and then as the hand. He would come as the door and then as the good shepherd. He would come as the sword and then as the bow. He would come as the word and then as the voice. He would come as he who sows and then as he who harvests. So many,
first in the natural,
many.
then in the spiritual.
Exactly. Because all prophecies are manifested in the literal and in the spiritual. So we see that as well. Any prophecy that was fulfilled through the first in the literal sense will be fulfilled by the last in the spiritual sense, and vice versa. So that is part of what I teach a lot and explain through scriptures, because I know it's new for most. But as I was saying, Yahweh says, I am the first and I am the last. Actually, let me read the 3 verses in Isaiah.
And then after you're done with that, let me just let everybody know, just before you're looking it up, let me just let everyone know. So we usually reserve some time at the end for questions and comments, and that's what we'll do so that we don't deviate from the topic. When we're ready, we'll just let you guys know that you can post your questions and comments, and I'll take those questions or comments and I'll publish them on the screen, and then we can address them. Okay, go ahead, brother.
So Isaiah 41:4. I'm not going to read the context. If anybody wants the context, which will be fine by me, just take.
What is it? Isaiah what?
41:4.
41:4. Go for it.
It says, "Who has performed and done it, calling the generations from the beginning? I, Yahweh, am the first, and with the last I am he." So this verse shows clearly that he's talking about 2 manifestations. The first would be, or should be, obvious by now, right? Yahushua HaMashiach, who came and died for our sins and resurrected, proving he is the first manifestation of Yahweh on this earth. So that's why, and also because of the apostasy, Yahweh has to say it this way. He says, I, Yahweh, am the first, and with the last I am he. So he's not only saying that he is the first, but he would also come to be with the last, meaning the last generation, the last people who would come and believe in him. So he would be on earth with them. That's why he's saying, and with the last I am he. Then in Isaiah 44:6, it says, thus says Yahweh, the King of Israel, and his Redeemer, Yahweh of hosts. I am the first and I am the last. Besides me, there is no mighty one. Yahushua, when he came, he said, I am not giving testimony of myself, because that testimony would be empty. Yahushua came to give testimony of the Father. And it is the Father who gives testimony of the Son. For only the Father can reveal who is the Son, and only the Son takes us to the Father. So he would manifest as Son and Father. Yahushua said that he came in the name of the Father to give honor to the Father, to give testimony and witness of the Father. and he said that somebody else would give testimony of him, right? And that, in the most simple interpretation, is talking about the Ruach, right? The Ruach HaKodesh would give testimony, because as Kev, or Peter, said, you are the Messiah. And Yahushua said that he received that by the Father through the Ruach, because the flesh and the blood do not reveal that. Only the Father can reveal who is the Son. So the Son reveals who's the Father reveals who's the Son. In Psalm 110, which is a perfect psalm that Yahushua used to tell the Pharisees that he was not who they thought he was, because, like I mentioned earlier, the enemy will, well, he copies everything, so he will manifest through the beast, the world leader, then the false prophet, the religious leader, and then the false Messiah. Just like Yahweh sent the real Messiah, the prophet Eliyahu, who came as John the Baptist,
Wow.
and the witness like Moshe, the prophet like Moshe. So the enemy creates a counterfeit of every one of those three that Yahweh would send. Like I said, in Psalm 110, verse 1, we have a very important verse that for some reason the Jewish people cannot see. It says, Yahweh said to my sovereign, to my Adon. Only that is key and would be called a blasphemy by most Jewish people, because they believe that there's only one power in heaven. Yet David, King David himself, is saying, Yahweh said to my sovereign. So there are two mighty ones in heaven for David, the king. The king David was actually saying that in heaven he knew through the Ruach that there was the Father and the Son. So Yahweh said to my sovereign, sit at my right hand, which is what happened when Yahushua resurrected and went up to heaven. Sit at my right hand till I make your enemies your footstool. So Yahweh is saying to his son, sit at my right hand after you already went down and died for the world's sins. Now it is my turn to come down and bring your enemies to your footstool. Because remember that the firmament is the throne and the footstool is the earth. So that is Revelation 12, when Michael will bring the enemies of Yahushua, Lucifer, and the third of the angels. He will bring them down into this earth. He will expel them from heaven, and they will be fall into the earth, which is the footstool. So Yahweh himself in Psalm 110 is saying to Messiah, come, sit on my right hand, and I will go down again and bring your enemies down. And that is why in Revelation 22, it says, let me see, verse 16. It says, I, Yahushua, have sent my malach, my messenger. So just like Yahushua came as the messenger of Yahweh, now the second manifestation, comes as the messenger of Yahushua. So I, Yahushua, have sent my messenger. Also, remember that Yahweh told Moshe, you will be Elohim and Aharon will be your prophet.
Wow.
Not only for the people, but for Pharaoh and his people, the Egyptians, right? So,
that's so good.
The same we see here, because just like Yahweh sends the son, Yahushua, the son Yahushua sends his malach, Michael, and he sends Eliyahu. And there we have the four letters of the name, the four corners of the earth, the four worlds of creation, the four levels of interpretation. So
Hallelujah.
it says, I, Yahushua, have sent my malach to testify to you. So if he comes to testify, is because he is the witness. There are two witnesses in Revelation 11. One is Eliyahu. The other one is this one mentioned here. I, Yahushua, have sent my malach to testify to you these things in the congregations. I am the root and the offspring of David, the bright and morning star. Yahushua doesn't say that he is the first and the last until the very end of scriptures. Until Revelation 22 is when he says, I am the first and the last. Until then, he only claimed to be the first. But after everything has been fulfilled, then he says, I am the first and the last, the root and the offspring of David. That's why when Mashiach came to the Pharisees, he said, who is Messiah? who do you say is Messiah? And they said, the son of David. So Yahushua said, how can he be the son of David if David himself calls him Adonai or Adoni, my sovereign? So he said pretty much through Psalm 110 that he is the root of David. And then the offspring of David would manifest as the Malach sent by himself. So after first and last become one, like Zechariah 14:9 says, because remember that I mentioned how Yahweh said in Deuteronomy, I am one, or once again, Yahweh is one. Then in Isaiah, he says 3 times, I'm the first and the last. The one I didn't mention, Isaiah 48:12 says, listen to me, O Jacob, and Israel, my called. I am he. I am the first. I am also the last. So he's very clear about that. Remember that we need 3, at least 2 or 3 witnesses to testify to a truth. So we have 3 witnesses in Isaiah to testify that Yahweh would manifest as first and last. In Zechariah 14:9, we read that it says, and Yahweh, and remember that first came Deuteronomy, the 5th book of the Torah, then came Isaiah, one of the main prophets, and now comes Zechariah, one of the prophets that came closer to the manifesting of Mashiach. So we have that in Deuteronomy, Yahweh is one. In Isaiah, his manifestation separates in 2, first and last. And now in Zechariah, prophesying about the very end, it says, and Yahweh shall be king over all the earth. In that day it shall be, Yahweh is one, and his name one. So he will be Echad once again after manifesting in this reality of duality in 2 ways, as priest and then king. So, well, just to close with this, in Ezekiel 37, which I think you mentioned, about the restoration of the people of Israel, the people of Yehudah and the people of Israel uniting once again. That is also a representation of the few that I mentioned earlier, and the many, right? The wheat and the grapes. The few who will not experience death, and the many who will have to go through death in order to be justified. Then they will be one nation, one people. That same prophecy of Ezekiel 37, and I'll just read a couple verses, is also a manifestation or a prophecy regarding the first and last becoming one. And whenever you want after the Exodus, we can add to it, because I'm sure many people will have questions, most likely. So in Ezekiel 37, it says, I'm sorry. See verse 15 again. The word of Yahweh came to me saying, as for you, son of man, listen how he talks to Ezekiel, son of man. So Ezekiel represents the son of man. Take a stick for yourself and write on it. So a piece of wood, remember that we shall give fruit. So we are trees if we allow the seed of Yahweh to grow in us, in our heart. So take a stick for yourself and write on it, for Yehudah, which is the tribe from which Yahushua came, from Yehudah, and for the children of Israel, his companions. Yahushua came for the lost tribes of Israel. He came with 12 disciples because he came for the 12 tribes. Then take another stick and write on it, for Yosef. In Genesis 49, we see the blessings that Jacob gave the people, well, his sons, who would become the tribes. And we see that the biggest blessings are given to Yehudah and Yahusef. He was called Yahusef later on in Psalms. So Yehudah and Yosef. And that, if we read the blessings with the Ruach, we can see that they are prophetical. The blessing for Yehudah is prophesying that the Messiah, Yahushua the first, the Kohen Hagadol, the high priest, would come from Yehudah. And then the last manifestation would come from Yosef. So we see it here. Take one stick for Yehudah and his companions. So for one person and then his people. Then take another stick and write on it for Yosef, the stick of Ephraim. Ephraim was a son of Yosef. Remember that the successor of Moshe, whose name was Hoshea, but was given the name Yahushua in order to enter the land, to show that that would be the name of the Messiah when he would come and he would lead us to the promised land, which would be eternal life. he was a descendant of Joseph through Ephraim through Nun. So the name of the successor of Moshe represents the first. The genealogy of the successor of Moshe represents the last. So Yahushua ben Nun is a representation of first and last in one person. So it represents Ezekiel 37 when they will become one. So I continue. Then take another stick and write on it for Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and for all the house of Israel, his companions. Once again, all the house of Israel. So the Yahushua came, I repeat, for the 12 tribes. Now the last comes to confirm the covenant that Yahushua made when he came, for he said, I come to make the new covenant, right, through his blood. So we see that it says, then join them to one another for yourself into one stick, and they will become one in your hand. Zechariah, Yahweh will be one and his name one. Take a stick that represents the first who came from Yahudah. Take another one that represents the last who came from Joseph and Ephraim. And then in your hand, they will become one. Because during the resurrection, they will be one. And there's a lot more than I can say. I'm just going to leave it with this. They will become one in the resurrection, like David prophesied, like we are seeing here, like Zechariah 14:9, and actually many other verses. And let me see. Well, yeah, then join them to one another for yourself into one stick. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like I said earlier, Yahushua HaMashiach is represented by the term arm. Remember that we can do all things through Mashiach who strengthens us. The strength of the hand is in the arm, right? So Yahushua is the arm. The last is the hand. You will read many times that Yahweh speaks about his arm and his hand. His arm, his hand. That is the
He's
first.
the right hand. He's the right hand.
Yeah. So we have the arm and the hand. They are one, but they are two parts, and Yahweh separates them. So that's why it says here that they will become one in the hand of the Son of Man. For he's calling Ezekiel Son of Man. And then he says they will become one in your hand, because the hand of Yahweh would manifest as the last, and through his manifestation and fulfillment of his part, he will become one with the Messiah. So they will become one at the end through the hand, not the arm. But like I said, I'm going to leave it there, and go ahead.
Well, there you go. That's your answer. No, that was brilliant. That was brilliant. Thank you for that. And I know you're very passionate. That topic is close to your heart, and we will eventually hopefully present on that topic specifically, getting us back into tonight's presentation and conversation. What we were discussing was the rumors of war, and hopefully nobody got lost from that. But I think it's extremely important because it's really setting up the stage for the one who is going to come as a counterfeit. And that's really what the discussion is tonight. What's going on, right? The counterfeit. How many know that Hasatan is a counterfeit? He's a counterfeit. And so with that being said, Brother Koresh was addressing one of the questions in the chat, which he was asking about, well, then who's the first and who's the last? And so hopefully that brought some clarity there. But we were also talking about the powers that are present in the Middle East. And we were talking about those who were demonstrative during World War I in establishing a nation. So here's what's important to note, is that nowhere in the scriptures does Yah ever establish Israel to be a state, but rather a nation. And so it's not about being a political state. In fact, Israel was constantly rebuked by Yahuwah because of her foreign affairs. And that's really what it's called. It's called foreign affairs. And so what is an affair? When you have an affair, it's actually you being promiscuous with somebody outside of your covenant spouse. And so they were constantly commingling with their neighbors rather than being a light to their neighbors. They were commingling in politics. And if you know anything about their idolatry was actually a mark of their infidelity. Because if you know anything about politics and covenant agreements, the fact that they had a harem of wives that were foreign wives was a statement stating that we have come into agreement with this foreign nation and we have taken their daughters. So the fact that they had foreign wives was, again, a sign of their fidelity to that nation. Also bringing in their gods and erecting them in high places was also a mark of fidelity, as the people were saying, we are showing you that we are committed to you because we've come into agreement with you, whether it was through a suzerain vassal treaty or whatever the treaty was. They would create these treaties, come into covenant with other nations, and then they would bring in their women and their gods as a sign of their fidelity towards that nation. So they were constantly being rebuked because of their need or desire to sort of do business, do trade, right? Do bartering with their neighbors. And Yah has never created, he didn't create Israel to do that. He created her to be set apart, to stand alone, so that she could be a testimony to the righteous judgment, right ruling, so that she could be a light in the midst of all of that darkness, right? But she lost her testimony many, many times. So why then would Yah ordain this movement in 1948 under the power of a United Nations, which again, Yah has never called for a United Nations. In fact, he says that all those who come into covenant with Jacob become the commonwealth of Israel. They are grafted in. So why would he then say, no, I have issued and ordained? Because you know what, some brother Koresh, some will say, well, oh, it was likened to Cyrus, right? When Cyrus, basically mandated the release of the exiles. And so it's the same thing, that he can use foreign entities to bless Israel. And some will actually say that that's what was happening in 1948 when supposedly Israel. But here's what's interesting. Only Judah. Where's everybody else, right? If Judah is literally in the land right now, then who the heck are we? Like, who am I? Who am I? I guess I have an identity crisis. I don't know. But I do want to conclude with this.
That's what they wanted to create. Yeah.
Yeah, an identity crisis, right? Because gaslighting, right? Because that's what Satan does. He's a gaslighter. He's a narcissistic gaslighter. It's the spirit of narcissism. But I want to make this point here, and I think it's extremely powerful. So the point that I was making earlier was that if we look at the way that Yah has mobilized his people, whether they were in captivity, whether they were in some sort of folly, regardless, when he mobilized, if it was an individual or the nation, when he mobilized somebody, brother, he would move upon their heart and he would appoint his ruach. It says that his ruach would come upon them so that they could do whatever it was that he required of them. Even when he delegated position to the 12 tribes and he said, okay, Ephraim will do this, Judah will do this, Levi will do this. And he delegated responsibility. It says that his ruach came upon them so that they would be able to, right? That's important to note. Well, then why wouldn't he do the same for his true mobilization? And here's what's interesting. I've been in the way for almost, a little over 20 years. And so when this movement, whatever you want to call it, a lot of people call it Hebrew Roots Movement, Torah Keepers, all this stuff. I try to stay away from all of those titles. But when this movement first happened, brother, back in 2000, was it 9? Like for me, it was when the Twin Towers were hit. But when this Hebrew Roots Movement began, for me, it was like 15 years ago. There was nothing. Who mobilized us all over the world, brother? Who people were waking up in Africa. They were saying, "Oh, we need to keep the feast. Oh, his Shabbat. Oh, his name." Who was teaching them? Were pastors? And if anything, they were being excommunicated from their churches.
Exactly.
They were being excommunicated from their family members. They were being kicked out. They were being called a cult. People were saying, "Hey, you're in a cult. You're going astray. You're going back under the law." They
still do. At least they still say that about us.
Extreme persecution, right? I mean, people experienced extreme persecution, but they could not resist what was happening to them. People all over the world, and in waves too. You notice that when Yah brought people out of Babylon, he brought them out in waves. There was a first wave, then a couple of years later, a second wave, then a couple of years later, a third wave. He brought them out in waves. He would send out the first to go lay the foundation. Then he would send out the second wave to go help, right? Then he sent out the third to go occupy. So he sent them out in waves, and he always brought them out as a whole. He always brought his people out. So then who is occupying? I assure you that what happened in 1948 was not part of the fulfillment of prophecy, but what happened a couple of decades or a decade ago or amongst us, That is prophecy being fulfilled, because his ruach mobilized us. His ruach began to rest upon all of those who desire truth, like we just read a little while ago. All those who came out, they came out because they desired to seek the truth, to offer up to
In
Yahweh
fact,
correctly. Go ahead.
Could you please put on the screen what you read so I can add a little bit to it?
What I read?
Possible?
Which one?
Yeah, what you read from about what you just mentioned about the Levites, and they started seeking the presence of Yahweh.
Yes, Second Chronicles. Yeah, let me share it for you. Hang on. And I got the fly, by the way. I got the fly. All right, so let's okay, here we go.
And by the way, I just mentioned all the things about first and last because there was a question about it. So I'm sorry if I took it on the another subject.
Don't worry. Actually, what we'll do is we'll reserve a little bit of time at the end. We're coming into an hour and 45 minutes, so we'll reserve some time for questions and answer comments. Yeah, go ahead.
So look at this that you were just reading, and from all the borders, the priests and the Levites who were in all Israel took their stand with him. For the Levites left their open lands and their possessions and came to Yehuda and Jerusalem. So that is making reference to the moment of the second Exodus, spiritually speaking, of course, right? Prophetically speaking. Left their open lands and their possessions and came to Yehuda and Jerusalem. For Jeroboam and his sons had rejected them from serving as priests unto Yahweh. So just like the false prophet, the false doctrine rejects those who actually follow the true Messiah and the true mighty one. They were being rejected by the king of the moment, who obviously by being the king, most people would see him as important and therefore his word being the truth, but not really, right? As we have read. So he says, as he appointed for himself priests for the high places and for goats. So Jeroboam would be, like I said, as a king, would be the world leader. He appointed priests to do idolatry, that would be the false prophet, and for goats and the calf idols, right, like the golden calf, which represents the apostasy, which he had made. Remember that when Israel came out of Egypt, they worshipped the golden calf, and then they had to be, because of that sin and others, mainly the one of rejecting the two spies or two witnesses who brought a good report when they saw the land. They rather listened to the 10 who didn't. So it is like saying they followed the 10 horns instead of the two witnesses. And because of that, they had to stay on the desert or the apostasy for 40 years, meaning 40 jubilees. That's why there had to be 2,000 years from the coming of the first with John the Baptist, Eliyahu, who were rejected. And then people would have to be in apostasy for 40 jubilees, meaning 2,000 years. So when they worship the golden calf, right after coming out of Egypt, represents how right after Pesach, when Yahushua died as the lamb for our sins to take us out of the slavery to sin, they started following a false doctrine that would be the golden calf. So I mentioned that just because it is key with what just was mentioned here, but I'll continue. And the calf idols which he made two of them. And after the Levites left, those from all the tribes of Israel, such as set their heart to seek Yahweh Elohim of Israel, came to Jerusalem to slaughter to Yahweh Elohim of their fathers. And this is the part I wanted to show. And they strengthened the reign of Yehuda and made Rehoboam, son of Shlomo, strong for 3 years. So you see how they went back to Yahweh. They made somebody else a king, and then he ruled for 3 years. Remember that the two witnesses will bring the true doctrine, and they will teach it for 1,260 days. That's 3 years and a half. So for 3 years and a half, and that half is kind of like hidden in the sense that is the 6 months, pretty much the time that would take for the two witnesses to start being noticed in the world. So mainly 3 years of being heard by the world, the true doctrine being taught by them, and people who are really seeking his presence, the presence of Yahweh, coming to him throughout those 3 years. So it's just like here. And made Rehoboam, son of Shlomo, strong for 3 years, for they walked in the way of David and Shlomo for 3 years. David and Shlomo, first and last, for 3 years, the first 3 years of the last 7. Well, in fact, like I said, 3.5 years of the last 7 years, the week of Daniel. So we see here a representation of the fact that in the end times, during the first 3.5 years, people would seek the presence of Yahweh, and Yahweh would send two people to give that teaching. So yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to mention regarding that.
Very good. Great stuff. Okay. So perfect. I love it. So we're really complimenting each other, giving you some sort of factual information, politically speaking, but then also pointing you back to scripture so that you can determine for yourself what is true and what is false. Now, again, what I had mentioned to you earlier about the geopolitical strategy that was established by a theory that was established by oh my goodness, I can't remember his name now, but anyways, look it up. It's called the Heartland theory. Well, here, Halford McKinsey, I think, Halford McKinders or something like that, Kinders, I think. Here's what's interesting. So, and we just read from Second Chronicles, but I have something else I want to look at too. So there is a promise of a restored Zion. So back to the government policy. So basically Britain is telling the Hashem dude, whatever his Hashim or Hashim, he's basically claiming to be the heir of Muhammad. And he's saying, hey, we will go to war with you. We'll fight against the Ottoman Empire, against the Turks. If you, once you gain power, if you make us a nation. And he says, yeah, we'll make you an Arab nation. Okay. But then on the other hand, they're also working the Zionists, which I believe are the Khazarian converts. Now, these Zionists are extremely wealthy. It's like the banker kings, what I call the lizards, right? The banking lizards or the lizard kings, but they're the banking kings, and they are extremely wealthy, and they have the resources to push this movement. What movement are they pushing? Not to restore the nation of Israel under the rule of the king, but rather to become a political power. Okay. So they're saying we are now the state of Israel. And this is how, they put their star of what they call the Star of David, but it's really the Star of
Human. Yeah.
All of it. So
526.
And they're showing us their banner. They're showing us their standard in which they, the power. And, if anything, if you think about it, how is it that Israel, Tel Aviv, is the homosexual capital of the world, right? I've been there several times, and I don't go on tours. I backpack up there. I go and backpack. And last year I was actually led by the Ruach to go up there with a bunch of brothers. And we went because we believed that we were being led to prophesy. That's when we supernaturally gained access into Palestine. And I have all my videos. I went live many times. We went up to places like Mount Ebal. We went into some very sacred places because we had access to the West Bank and to places that are otherwise unauthorized. You can't go. We prophesied. We didn't fully understand what we were called to do, but we did whatever the Ruach led us to do. And now today we see what's happening. Now here's what's interesting, brother. So you have the Zionist movement. It was pushed by Christian Zionists all over the world. Once the U.S. said, yes, this is it, then they began to support the Zionist movement. So the Zionists, like Rothschild, goes into the land and begin to establish education, schools, companies, businesses. And remember, there are already people occupying the land. Who was occupying the land? The people that we now call Palestine. Well, this name, Palestine, was actually placed on Israel by the British. The British gave that land. It was always called Israel, or the 12 tribes, or the tribes, Canaan, if you will. But the British said, we're going to call it Palestine. Why? Because they wanted to remove even the name Israel from that land. Again, part of the confusion, right? So that nobody would identify as those people that remained. They did not leave the land. And when they were sending the people back, they were saying, hey, what about the people that are there? Well, they took a census, Brother Koresh. They took a census, and in that census, they claimed that only, 20 to 30% of the population that was there were Jews. The rest were not practicing Jews. Therefore, they weren't Jews. And the rest of them were, Arabs that just, throughout time, throughout the wars, throughout the conquests, they just kind of migrated there. But actually, they were farmers that never left. And because they were conquered over and over by Islamic, nations, they were forced to convert to Islam. It is my opinion, and I don't know, I'll take your opinion in just a second, but it's my opinion that the people that are there, what we call Palestinians today, are more than likely remnants of the tribes of Israel. They just never left. They never left. They remained. They were dominated and conquered by Islamic states. They were forced into conversion. They don't even know who they are. So they are now being persecuted by a Zionist state. And here's what's interesting. The second party that we're dealing with, the second power that we're dealing with, is the Babylonian rabbinical power. So you have these rabbis. They despise their own Zionist state. Why? Because they also agree. They actually call their government fake Jews. They said, they don't represent us. We're true Yahudim. They're fake Jews, and because they believe, now this is where it gets profound. They believe, according to Zechariah, according to the promise of the restored Zion. See, Jeremiah, basically, he was post-exilic prophecy, and he told them, listen, they got tired, 12 years persecuted. They came out of Babylon. They were building the temple, and they became fatigued. And Jeremiah came and said, hey, keep going, keep building the temple, because when you're done building the temple, the Messiah is going to come, and the glory of Yah is going to reign from the temple, and he's going to rule from Mount Zion. This was the prophecy in Jeremiah. So they finished building the temple. They were like, yes, because once we build the temple according to the prophecy of Jeremiah, to build the temple means that Mashiach will come and he will rule from Zion. Guess what, brother? They built the temple. The glory, Emmanuel, Yahusha, he did come. The glory of Elohim did come, and he is ruling from Zion. We see yesterday, today, we don't see the fullness of that prophecy yet, but they missed the mark. So guess what these people were told? You guys need to go back to the land, you Ashkenazi. You need to build the temple, because if you can finish building the temple, your Mashiach will come and he will govern the land and rule from Zion. So this is why the rabbinical Ashkenazi Orthodox Jews, they hate their Zionist government, because they're saying, no, our Mashiach should govern. And until our Mashiach comes, our rabbis should govern the land, not a political individual who is more concerned about political affairs, but rather we should be governed by the Torah and by rabbis. But guess what? They don't practice the Torah, brother. They practice
Talmud,
rabbinical teachings, Babylonian teachings, right? Talmud,
which is the Torah Sheba'al Peh, right? Which actually can be translated as the Torah coming from, the instruction coming from the mouth of Baal, Torah Sheba'al Peh. So, yeah, they actually have the interpretation given to them by the enemy, and that's what they follow. Right. They don't follow real Torah. They don't even read it anymore. They just read the Talmud, which has many wicked teachings and many different opinions regarding just one law. You can read many opinions, so it is confusion to the highest level.
That's it.
And it is what they wrote after many years, which they were told not to write it. Eventually, they decided to write it down because they wanted to write something that would go against the new covenant. Because the new covenant, the Brit Chadashah, is the one that actually teaches the true interpretation of the Torah and the rest of the prophets and the writings. It is the new covenant that explains the old covenant. The new covenant gives the true interpretation of the Tanakh, or the Old Testament.
Hallelujah.
While
that's
Talmud
a good word.
actually is the interpretation of the enemy.
Yeah, this is actually really good, Ron. I like what you had to say. He says some say that Hitler. So again, it was all part of the agenda, right? If you know anything about Hitler, he was actually Roman Catholic. He was Roman Catholic and he subscribed to Catholicism. So he did not believe that they were part. So it's all this replacement. You know, what's interesting, even as I was speaking on this publicly on my other platforms, people were coming against me saying that I am practicing replacement theology. And again, these are all catchphrases, terms that they have been programmed to use. Yah forbid we begin to say we are Yasharel, right? I'm Yasharel, you're Yasharel. Those who do what? Those who keep the commandments and have the testimony of Yahusha. This is Yasharel. It's not by your nationality, it's not by bloodlines, but this is what they would have you believe. And brother, I don't know, can you, do you have access to your Bible? Do you want to read this for me and look at, again, the pattern a pattern right
Yeah.
here. And I know this is Ezekiel and he's obviously prophesying, but I like what you had to say about prophecy yesterday, today, and forever. And maybe we can conclude with this. But if you don't mind reading this and maybe commenting on
course.
it.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to talk about it because before,
Yeah.
as an introduction, I have seen that most Christians or just teachers in general, they kind of make like a mix of different prophecies regarding a war as if they were all talking about the same war, and they are putting all those verses connecting them to the war that is beginning at the moment. But in reality, those different prophecies I am mentioning and that they use are for 3 different wars. And actually, the one that is happening right now is the one that I'm not seeing anybody speak about. And to explain, we see in the book of Revelation that the 7 years, the week of Daniel, will begin with the first seal. Then we have the second, and we'll speak about the first seal eventually, I'm sure, because that is also a mess in Christian doctrine. But after the first seal, obviously, comes the second, and the second seal is war. The rider of the red horse is given a great sword to take away peace from the earth. So he will bring a sword to make war. It's interesting that they are calling the operation the sword of the iron sword, right? So they're putting the word sword in it. And like I have also mentioned in the book and teachings, we see that according to everything that we see in scriptures, everything, the last 7 years would begin during Matzot, the feast in which Yahushua died and resurrected. And everything will be, well, the first three and a half years would end in Yom Teruah and Yom Kippur. That would be the end of the first 3.5 years. So when we see that there are 4 creatures around the throne of Yahweh in the book of Revelation, the first is the lion, the second is the ox. Well, the face of the lion and then the face of the ox, then the man and the eagle. But when we read the 4 seals, the 4 riders of the 4 horses, we see that the first is called by the first creature, that is the lion. The second is called by the ox. So when we connect those creatures, well, the lion represents Yahudah, the ox is Ephraim, the eagle is Dan, and the man is Reuben, the main tribe. Because remember that Yahweh separated the 12 tribes in sets of 3. One on the east, one on the west, one on the north, one on the south. So the east is connected to the lion. The west is connected to the ox. The east is connected to the beginning, you'd say, of summer. And the ox is connected to the beginning of, what do you say, winter, right? So that would mean, and I say that, right, because when we were discussing about the year, separating it in 2 parts, that would be summer and winter. Each part has the beginning and the end. 3 months of beginning, 3 months of ending, which some would call autumn and winter, or spring and summer, right? So since the lion is the one that calls out the first seal, the lion has to do with the beginning of the year and the east. So that would happen during Aviv, the feast of Matzot. Then it jumps to the ox, which is connected to the beginning of the 6 months that you would call winter and others would call autumn. And that is the one that announces the second seal. And I have been teaching that for a while. How many witnesses on the chat? I have been teaching that for a while, and a lot of people ask me, have we begun the last 7 years? Have we begun? When it will begin? And I have always mentioned that it will begin with the ministry of the 2 witnesses, but that won't be seen by most. That won't be understood by most. The second seal is the 3rd World War. And I have said that it would begin during October, and it would last for at least those 3 months. In any of those 3 months from October, it would begin, meaning from Yom Teruah, really. And to us, at least, it has been a huge confirmation of everything that we've been teaching and believing for a while, because we went to celebrate the Feast of Sukkot, and we were in tents, and that's when the war began. And that's pretty much what we see in scriptures. And that was a confirmation of the feast, of our calendar, of the war that will begin. They were also raising up the frequencies in the 5G antennas, right? And they were doing other things during those times that have a lot to do with what will happen uh, at the end of the first 3.5 years. Now, I am not saying this is the second seal for sure, but everything is happening as the scripture says. So it's all about giving it a little bit more of time. And if they officially call it the Third World War, which it seems to be going that way, then we would know we are already in the second seal, and we would have to expect for next year um, the third seal, which would be hunger, famine. Hunger, pretty much the economy being destroyed would be a something that would come from the war as well. So what I was explaining all this because we see a war in the second seal. Then we have the rest of the seals, the trumpets, which will sound during the seventh seal. And then we have the beginning of the last 3.5 years, which are the 7 plagues. At the end of the 7 plagues, we have what everybody calls the war of Harmageddo or Harmageddon, right? Harmageddo, but it is also believed that there was an issue or an error with the Harmageddo, and that it should be Harmoed. If so, the war would be in a different place, and mainly based on the fact that there is no mountain in Megiddo. So the fact that it says Har Megiddo, the mountain of Megiddo, made some be curious about why does it say that there's a mountain when there is not. And then they realized that it is possible that there was a change by the scribes or the translators. There was a change from the Hebrew Moed to Megiddo because of the letter Ain, which they would have turned into a gamma in Greek, and therefore it would have been gone from Megiddo to Moed. I mean, from Moed to Megiddo. So, anyways, the point is that it might be in Harmoed, but anyways, everybody calls him Harmageddo, so that's what I'm going to say. So we have the second seal. There's a war, Third World War, at the very pretty much beginning of the last 7 years, at least during the first year of the last 7. Then at the end of the 7 years, we have the war of Harmageddo, which is what we see in Revelation 19. And then at the end of the 1,000 years, which is the day of Yahweh, we have the war of Gog and Magog. And we see that many times in scriptures. And therefore, we have 3 wars that must happen still. The second seal, which could be the one happening right now. Then the Harmageddo at the end of the last 7 years, Revelation 19. And then Gog and Magog, Revelation 20, at the very end of the 1,000 years. I have been seeing that everybody's taking all those wars and the prophecies about those 3 wars and making them as if they were one war and the last. And it's not. There are 3 different ones, and there's one that has to happen at first in the second seal. So now, with that said, if you want, you can put the verses on the screen and I can read them.
Yeah, there's a comment here by Karen. I think it relates to what you were saying. So let's see if we can touch on that. She says, interesting second seal. Any correlation with the signs in the heavens leading up to the last eclipse?
Yeah, thank you, by the way, because I've forgotten about that. Remember it? Well, it's just there were so many things that I'm trying to remember. Oh, like I said, we started celebrating Sukkot that same day. And actually, for those 7 days from the beginning to the end of Sukkot, they were doing a drill in many countries of a national emergency. And they were also
that's right. Yeah.
raising up the frequencies in those antennas that I mentioned, 5G, to start to affect some people who got something in the last couple of years. And then not only that, the war began, the attacks. And remember that Mashiach said, go to the mountains because one will be taken, one will be left behind. Now, that's not something that just happened, but there was a representation of it because we see Hamas taking people away, right? Kidnapping, taking people away to be killed or as hostages. So Yahushua said, leave to the mountains. So it's interesting that we were on the mountains or on the tents on Sukkot when that was happening in the world, and mainly obviously in Israel. And not only that, but right after Shemini Atzeret, which is the last day, the 8th day after the 7th of Sukkot, we have Shemini Atzeret, which represents the 7th trumpet, the transformation, the harvest. Right after that, we got the eclipse, right? The solar eclipse, which, as we know, It's a sign in the heavens of turmoil, pretty much, and mainly when it comes to the sun, it's a message to the nations. So it was pretty much talking to the nations that issues would begin, and then we have this happening during such important days, and then I repeat the solar eclipse that represents the turmoil that would happen in the world. Not only that as well. I don't know if you ever saw the short film, I could say, or animated film called iPad Go 2. It is funny how they put Osama bin Laden with an army behind him, and you can see up above him an eclipse, and they were preparing for war. So it's interesting to see the eclipse, the Muslims preparing for war, and then right after that, the Statue of Liberty falls down, and it's standing on a 6-pointed star, meaning having to do something with the Jewish people or the Zionists, and bringing down the United States after the eclipse. And as you also may know, there will be 2 eclipses that would make a letter X over the United States. The first one happened in 2018, and the United States is also turning almost the same age that all the empires have. Well, I should say the average time of an empire is 250 years. The United States is reaching 250 average, and the United States is reaching that point in 2026. So we have 3 years till it reaches the highest point of the average time of an empire. And we know that because of the pyramid that it is used as the seal of the United States, that pyramid is a symbol of the Illuminati, and it represents the fact that when they started in 1776 with the inauguration of the plan of the Illuminati in May 1st, and then they said it was because of July 4th, but 1776, they started with a plan to do it from the United States, and they have used the United States since then to create the New World Order. So they are about to bring it down in order to, to complete their plan. And it is just happening, and it seems to be also be found in the stars, right, or in the signs that Yahweh is showing. So the eclipse, the feast, the war, the thing with the antennas, 5G, and I'm sure a couple more things that I am not remembering. Plus, now that I remember the eclipse, remember that it was annular, so it makes a ring. And if we see that in the spiritual positive sense, we could talk about, right, the ring that one gives to his bride for marriage, a covenant. Interestingly enough, the eclipse was happening right by the hand, or on the hand of Virgo, the constellation of Virgo, which represents the congregation, the chosen few, as we see in Revelation 12. So the ring was right there in the hand, and not only that, the hand that has the wheat, which represents the chosen few of the harvest. So thank you, Karen. Yeah, April 8, 2024 would be the crossing eclipse that would end that, and that is going to happen on Matzot. So you see how this last eclipse, which was very important and was connected to those events, happened right after Shemini Atzeret. Now in the next feast of 7 days, Matzot, we will have an eclipse during those 7 days. And that is the eclipse that will end up crossing over the United States on the 24th, meaning two years before reaching 250 years.
A lot of information. Thank you. Can I absorb it all? I don't know. I'm going to have to come back and watch my own broadcast.
But yeah, anytime. And yeah, I tend to do that, so sorry.
No, well, don't be sorry. What? That's the way we flow. Believe me, the people that are accustomed to watching me are used to me going off on tangents, but it's all necessary. I think it all comes together. If the Ruach is leading, then this is what needs to be said. Absolutely. Yeah. So
thank you.
Back to the restoration. Yeah, so back to the yeah, go for it.
Therefore, thus said Yahweh, the sovereign Yahweh, now I am going to bring back the captives of Yaakov, and I shall have compassion on all the house of Israel, not just Judah, right? And shall be jealous for my set apart name. shall be jealous. Remember that Exodus
Hallelujah.
24:14 says that he is a jealous mighty one, and his name is jealous. So he is jealous in the sense of, just like when you are married to someone, just like he married the people
That's
of
right.
Israel. When you're married to someone and you are in intimacy with that someone, obviously that being your wife, in this case Israel, if she were to call on a different name, and that name being the name of your enemy during intimacy, that would
Wow.
create a
Wow.
huge problem. So when people
Mm.
go into praying or intimacy with the Father and call on a different name, they are provoking the jealousy of the Most High, because they are calling on a different name in the most intimate time. They are calling on the enemy, not just any name. And
Okay,
that
let me
goes-
add to that.
Yeah.
Let me add something to that. So remember, we said earlier that back in the day, it's called the ancient Near East. So back in the ancient Near East, people didn't have surnames. They came in the name of the reputation of their father. So character and function, right? Character and function. We learned that in anatomy as well. How does something function? That's how you know what it is, what it produces. So if a name was connected, because remember back then names were also prophetic. They named people, places, and things according to what they believed. I'll give you an example. When who was Benjamin's mom? Oh my goodness.
Benjamin, Rachel,
Yeah.
or Rachel.
Thank you, Rachel.
Okay.
When she was dying, right? Yes, she was
Yeah.
dying. Rachel.
Yeah.
Rachel
She
was his name?
died. She died when
In
she had.
childbirth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Benjamin, right? So what does she name him? She cries out and she says Ben Onai, right? And her husband turns and says, no, Ben Yamin. And again, this is also prophetic, pointing towards Yahusha, because when she says Ben Onai, that means the son of my sorrow, or the son of sorrow, or the son of suffering. He says, no, the son of my right hand. So he's prophesying, because names were prophetic indicators that would
They are.
determine what something will be. Now, how do we know that? Let's go back to the first point of mention. So in Bereshit, or no, I'm sorry, in Toldat, in Genesis, you see that Yahweh gives to the man, which by the way, his name was not Adam, that was the name of the species, mankind, Adamic. So he gives to the man the authority to name the animals. And he says to him, whatever you name them, that's what they will be. So very prophetic. So the Eastern mindset understood that when you made a proclamation or you named something, you were giving to it the attributes of that name. For example, Abshalom, right? But when a person was not walking according to the will of Yahud, then they became the contronym, or the opposing, or the opposite of their name. Absalom, the father of peace, became the father of strife, as he contended against his own father. So we can see that many, many times, Jacob, all of these things. So what's interesting to note, that if somebody came in the name of their father, or they came in the name of someone, then they were coming in their reputation that precedes them. So they were saying, I come in all the works of my father, that you know who I am, right? Because I should then be carrying on the lineage or the reputation of the ones that preceded me. That's the way it worked back then. But when it came to a messenger, or a royal messenger, a king, believe it or not, who sent out a messenger, would send the messenger, listen to this, brother, he would basically say, I have a message, you're going to present this message to whomever, right? Wherever I send you, that's that. This is why Yahuwah says, and my word shall not return void. It shall not come back to me empty, or destroyed, or desolate. It shall produce what I set it out to do. So when a king or a person of authority would send out their messenger, they would usually give them some sort of article to show whomever that they had the authority to speak on behalf of that individual. When that messenger went to present the message, they were literally acting as that individual themselves. So if a king sent out that person, okay, to give a message, that person, as they held the signet ring, the king would usually give them a ring or his cloak or something that only the king had access to. So when they gave the message, he was literally acting as the king. This is where we get the phrase, don't kill the messenger. Because oftentimes they would kill the messenger. And that was literally an act of treason against the king himself. And they would go to war. Remember the movie Sparta? And the messenger comes from wherever Xerxes was, Persia, and he comes and he says, this is Sparta, boom, and he kicks him into the pit, right? Well, he killed the messenger, and that was an act of violence or treason against the Persian king, so that Xerxes, and so they went to war. They went to war based on that one, him killing the messenger, right? So think about that. We even have a parable where it's talking about Yah sending his people to go take back his vineyard, and they kill him. They kill the prophets. They kill the messengers, right? So he says, well, let me send my son. They definitely won't kill my son, right? I'm just gonna. They said they won't kill my son, right? So they send the son. They say, oh, look, here comes the heir. Let's kill him. And so this is what they do. So you see an example of that. Well, why is that important? Because here you're talking about the name and that he's jealous for his set apart name. Now, can you imagine if a name is connected to what you produce? Now let's look at this spiritually. Imagine a woman who is being intimate with her husband. She's going to carry her husband's seed. Hopefully she procreates and she brings forth the seed that is going to be presenting her husband's name. He is going, that seed is supposed to be after its own kind. Genesis, right? You can eat from any tree that has a seed that has the ability to produce after its own kind. So your offspring should also produce after you. They should be a representation or reflection of you. But now if she's calling upon the name of other gods, Elohim Achlim, or she's calling upon the name of another, she's also saying that she's going to produce after. Her children will become, a byword. Her children will become accursed, a mixture, Babylon, right? Yeah. Really, Babylon meaning many things like the gates of the God, but it also means to mix the seed, to mix the anointing, to mix the fodder, to mix.
Yeah, exactly. He said not to mix seeds, right?
That's
not to sow mixed seeds, right? And that's the spiritual understanding of that commandment. Plus, what you just said, the seed, as we see in scriptures, the seed of Yahweh is the word of Yahweh. The seed is the word. Perfect. And the word, according to Revelation 19, Revelation 19:13 says that the word of Yahweh is the name of the Son.
Come on.
So the name is the seed that we must put in people's heart. Plus, everything that you said, I agree. But also, I want to say that remember that when Moshe was about to go to Egypt, he asked the Almighty, what is your name? Because he knew that they were going to ask his name. And we see in the book of Yashar that when he goes to Egypt, the Pharaoh, he brings the book that had all the names of all the gods. And he said, I do not find the name of your mighty one in here, so I don't accept him. So he rejected the Most High. And that's when Moshe told him, well, you are looking for the living one in a cemetery, pretty much, right? Oof. So you're not going to find the name of the Most High in that book that is filled with false Elohim. So when Moshe asked the name, he not only wanted to know the reputation, for he knew the reputation through Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And that's why Yahweh said, I did not reveal myself to them by my name. I did it as El Shaddai. But he says, then I will be
a name that they knew not.
Right? And then he explains that we would call him Yahweh. That will be my name for all generations, right? A conjugation of the verb haya. So Yahweh as the name. So it begins with that. And obviously the fruits that name gives through the person who believes and actually acts according to those words or commandments that he gives. For he who loves Yahweh fulfills his commandments. A lot of people think that it's only about faith, but faith without works is dead. So you need to do the works, but for that you need to know what the works are, because if you don't, through the Ruach, you will end up doing the commandments of men that were made up by those who rejected the Messiah in the first place. So
right, it's like producing spiritual fruit is like producing children. I mean, you're producing the offspring of that which you are intimately acquainted with. What does he say to the foolish virgins? Go away from me, for I never knew you. And that word "knew," both in the Hebrew and the Greek, even though it's used figuratively, but also idiomatically, right? It's an idiomatic expression speaking of intimacy. And how do we know? Because the first point of reference is when Adam laid with Hawa and he knew her and she conceived. So that's the word yada, that's to know. And so when he says, get away from me because my seed has never propagated, my seed was not in you. In fact, you sold it, you sold yourself, you were a prostitute, you played the harlot, and you fornicated yourself with other lovers, your other Baalim, and you had other gods on your lips. And
remember,
I mean,
that Baal,
real language.
Baal in English is Lord. So obviously that is the reason why I don't use it, because I will be calling on the Lord, which Yahweh rejects all over the scriptures. And
Right.
just to go back to what you were saying, Hebrews 13:15 says, therefore by him, Mashiach, Yahushua, let us continually offer the sacrifice of praise to Yahweh. That is
Hallelujah.
the fruit of our lips,
That's right.
confessing his name. The
That's
fruit of our
right.
lips confessing his name.
A
And
pure
you
lip.
know, exactly. And you know that the fruit has the seed. So you give
Yes.
fruit by confessing his name, because his name is the seed that you put in someone else so that he
Hallelujah.
can also give fruit.
Well, look at the parable of the sower. The parable of the sower, Yahusha actually says, he brings it to a head, and he says, this is the meaning of the prophecy, that the seed is the word. And the word is the seed. And
Exactly.
so when it says that Yah sends out his word and it will not return void, he was talking about Yahusha. He was talking about Yahusha that would be sent out, shaliach, to be sent out, and would not return void. And how do we know this? Because when Yeshua is in the garden, he says, I have not lost one. I have kept all of them. They are in me. They are born in me. I am the first fruits. And he even talks about him being likened to a seed that has to go into the ground and die in order for it to replicate or to reproduce itself. This goes all the way back to Genesis, when Yah says you can eat from any tree in the garden that has the seed. It's not Monsanto, right? But what's so important is that it produces after its own kind. When they ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, it was likened to duplicity. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. And what does Yahusha say? Yahusha says that a house divided, unstable, duplicity, a house divided cannot stand. And that's why this is important. Look at the house of Israel. It's supposed to be the house of Israel that's in the land right now. They are a house divided. You have the rabbinical, Orthodox, Babylonian Sanhedrin, right? They're a council of the wicked, right? And you made a very important point. You said the author of confusion, right? You know, it's interesting because they call upon the name of Hashem, which is basically a moniker of nothing.
The name, yeah.
The name of the name is no name, because their God is going to be a universal God. He's going to be able to bring together the three: Christianity, Catholicism, and Islam and Judaism, the four main heads, right? They're going to be able to bring together. Why is the anti-Messiah going to be able to interpret like no other interpreter? He's going to be able to interpret deep mysteries, esoteric knowledge, mystery schools, and he's going to blow people's minds. Why? Because he's the author. He's the author of all those lies. He's the author of confusion. He's the author of the Islamic, and I hate to say this, but he's the author of the Quran. He's the author of the Catechism. Okay, he's the author of the Catechism. Yeah, author of the Talmud. Thank you, brother. He's the author, of the New Testament. He's the author of the Greek and Latin tongue, right? He's the author of confusion. That's why there's so much confusion. And he's going to be able to unify and make sense and bring all these things together. He's going to become the universal God, the Hashem, right? He's going to fit the bill. But anyways, we could go on and on. But let's conclude with this, brother. What does it say here? So you can continue with your commentary.
So it was saying, and will be jealous for my set apart name. So he would be jealous, meaning angry, because the people are not respecting his name. Not only the word that is pronounced as his name, but also his reputation, for they believe in another one and teach about another one and the actions of another one. So then the next verse, after that they have borne their shame. After that they have borne their shame and all their trespasses whereby they have trespassed against me, when they dwell safely in the land, and none made them afraid. So that already happened a long time ago, right? So when I have brought them again from the people, from the nations, and gathered them out of their enemies, out of their enemies' lands, and I'm separated or made set apart in them in the sight of many nations. So this verse is key, because he's talking about the second Exodus, when Yahweh will gather all of them at one time, not throughout decades. But
which happened. That's who we are. Hold on, brother. I'm sorry. I just we are the byproduct of this. We are the byproduct, maybe not particularly this prophecy in this particular time, but this is how Yah moves. This is the pattern of his mobilization. This is how he mobilizes his people. Right? He moves his people by moving the heart, which is the will, and reason. He moves them. He provides that inspiration, or that an unction or anointing.
Yeah.
But right here, it's so important. It says that when I have brought them again from the people and gathered them out of their enemies' lands, not just German, not just Europe, out of the lands, the multitudes, all the lands, not just one, not just Judah.
We were dispersed around the whole world.
Thank you.
Because
Yes.
the descendants of Ephraim would fill the nations. Melo Hagoyim,
Right.
those who will fill the nations with people. So Yahweh promised Abraham that his people would be numbered like the stars in the firmament and the sand of the sea that wouldn't be able to be counted. So that's what it is. The ones who call themselves Jewish at the moment, they can be counted easily. So
Wow.
they changed our identity to create that crisis that you mentioned. And that's why Yahweh has to come and bring us from all the nations where he took us because of our sins. So even though, well, it's part of what you asked me earlier, all prophecies have at least 3 fulfillments. One close to the time of the prophet, either when he's alive or right
Yesterday.
after his death. Exactly.
Yesterday,
Then
today. Mhm.
One that will be in the middle, of course, that would be years or hundreds of years after the prophet, but way before the end times. And then the last fulfillment of that prophecy would be in the very end of times.
Tomorrow.
Exactly. And that's as
Can I
the
add to that?
Almighty- as the Almighty says, I am he who was, is, and will be. Yahweh
That's
who
it.
was, that
Yesterday,
is-
today, and forever.
exactly. And Yahweh who was, he who is Yahushua, who was resurrected and is at the right hand, and he who will be is the coming of the last. So Yahweh first and last, Yahweh El Shaddai, Yahweh,
Come
he who
Hallelujah.
was, is, and will be. So
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
no, so
I'm
Yahweh is
excited.
saying how he would gather us first spiritually through that
Right.
anointing that you were mentioning, how he's calling us, and we just feel the calling, and we start seeking his presence, because he said that we should seek the kingdom of Yahweh and his righteousness, and everything would be added to us. So when we start,
Oh,
So
no, go
when-
ahead. Finish that statement.
so when we start doing that is when he begins to reveal himself to us through the Son, of course. So then the last fulfillment of this prophecy is what we will be talking about, the second Exodus, when Yahweh will literally take us from all the nations at one point during the seventh trumpet and take us to him to be with him for 1,260 days in the prepared place of Revelation 12. And then he will bring us to fight in the war of Harmageddon and put us in the land. And then we will be living there safely for 1,000 years. And if you can put back the verses for a moment. Thank you.
Well, but you gotta have to
you were
get,
gonna say
because I have something to say before. Before I forget.
Right.
That's why I removed it, because I knew we would just keep going on. Okay.
Fine.
So you said something very important. So I just mentioned this recently on one of my presentations, yesterday, today, and forever. And that is the actual verse. I'm the same yesterday, today, and forever. That's important to know when it comes to prophecies. You have something called perfect, when the prophecy has been perfected. So if he went yesterday, when the word was prophesied, it means that it would be yesterday, the men of old, right? He gave the word, and the word says first in the natural, then in the spiritual. So he gave the word, it came to pass, or it's yet to come to pass, right? So we have something, if the word was given, that would be yesterday. When it came to pass, that would be today. And then what is the future fulfillment of that? More than likely, you would see the replication of that in the spiritual, because first in the natural. So if they went into exile, Babylon, that was the natural. They came out of Babylon as prophesied. They fulfilled it. That was yesterday, today. They did that. Yahusha came. That was it. Now we're going to see that replicated in the spiritual. That's why we see him come out of her, my people. He's bringing us out of spiritual Babylon. He's bringing us out of confusion, the doctrines of men. He's bringing us out of the systems of this world. He's bringing us out of the womb, or the matrix. It's actually the definition of the word for womb, rechem, matrix. He's bringing us out of the matrix. He's bringing us out of the womb of the whore, the womb of the harlot, because we are not her children. We are not children of darkness. We are children of light. And he's bringing us out of those things. And he's going to bring us into, again, we're going to see the fulfillment both in the natural and in the spiritual, but we're going to see that replicated. It's going to be the pattern. Why? Let me just ask you, brother, if you plant a lemon seed and it's not been genetically modified, what should you expect to grow out of that? A watermelon?
Of course not. Yeah,
I mean, it's common sense. It's so a lemon tree, right? You should get lemons, right?
Yeah.
Because the DNA, the genetic component of that thing is the pattern that's in it. That his word is a genetic component of the pattern in which he moves. We're going to see the same patterns. We're not going to see an anomaly or an outlier like we do with those who are occupying the land of Israel. They are an outlier. That does not fit the pattern in which he moves, right? There's no way that he would establish a government under his rule and that it would be contrary to the simplicity of his Torah or his commandments, which was given for right ruling. But yet he's going to say add to. He specifically said, do not add to or take away from my word. But yet they have done exactly that. And this is important here. What does verse 28 say? That's like, I was like, what? It's
So
everything. Mhm.
as I was saying, well, I'll read the 28, but let me finish the previous one or repeat it.
Oh, yeah, wherever you were.
Gathered them out of their enemies' lands, and I am set apart in the sight of many nations. So he will make himself set apart, meaning everybody will realize he's not the same as all the false Elohim that they worship. He's
Right.
different. He is the only one who is set apart above all, the
He
most
has
high
a
and beyond.
name.
Right? And he has a name, exactly. So then he says, then shall they know that I am Yahweh, their mighty one. That is during the Shabbat, the
Hallelujah.
millennium, when everything is fulfilled, because Yahweh created this reality and hid himself so that free will would manifest, because free will couldn't work if he was manifested. Everyone would believe in him and just follow him because that's what it is. But since he hid himself from this reality, then people are able, or some people reject the belief in the Most High because they cannot see him. Because here you can see that it rains for the poor and the rich, right? For the unrighteous and the righteous. The sun comes out for both. So people, when they see everything from the natural perspective without taking in account the spiritual one, they believe there is no creator, there is no mighty one, although even through that it is completely wrong, because we can see the creator through the creation, but they blind themselves through their actions and beliefs and the inclination to evil in their flesh. So Yahweh hid himself so that men could have free will during those 6,000 years represented by the first 6 days of creation. So there would be free will. Everybody would have the chance to decide whether they believe or not, if they follow the Messiah or not. And right after the 6,000 years, Yahweh will take away the veil, just like the veil that was ripped when Mashiach died. But now the second veil of the temple will be ripped, so everybody will be able to see who is the true creator. And then everybody will know that he is Yahweh. So as he was saying, let me see, when I have brought them again from the people, oh no, it was the other one, sorry. They shall know, yeah, my bad. It's just I see it at the very bottom. So then they shall know that I am Yahweh, their mighty one, which caused them to be led into captivity among the heathen. But I have gathered them out of their own land and have left none of them anymore there. So right now, there has been almost 80 years already from the state of Israel being founded, and they are still talking about how many Jewish people are all over the place.
Right.
Many don't even want to go. So Yahweh is saying, no, when I do it, I'm going to do it right. Everybody will come.
Yes.
Everybody.
And we are, and we
Yeah.
are, and we are, and we are, and they are all his people are waking up. We are Yasharel. We are her.
So
those who have the testimony of Yahusha and keep the commandments. Yes.
Exactly. Then it continues. Neither, and you tell me when I stop, but I want to read this one. Neither will
this
I
is
hide.
the end, 29.
Okay. Neither will I hide my face anymore. So you see, as I was saying, during the 6,000 years, he hid himself. But after the 6,000 years, when we begin the Shabbat, the millennium, he will reveal himself. Neither will I hide my face anymore from them, for I have poured out my Ruach upon the house of Israel, as he did through Mashiach, and now he will fulfill, like you mentioned, that pattern with the ones at the end. So
okay, we're going to go to one more too. You can keep talking, but I'm going to take you to Zechariah chapter 4, verse 6, because that's important. Okay, let's go. Specifically 4:6. So what does it say? So again, he's saying, okay, these were these horses and all the prophetic, what's going on? Zerubbabel, what is this great mountain? But he says something very important, because he is talking about again, another type of exodus or a mobilization or a movement of the people. So what does he say? This is how he says. What does he say, brother?
Well, just an introduction. This chapter 4 of Zechariah is the one speaking about the 2 olive trees. And that is what is mentioned in Revelation 11 when it speaks about the 2 witnesses. He says these are the 2 olive trees. And so it is referring to Zechariah 4. So Zechariah 4 is connected to Revelation 11. And Revelation 11 speaks of the first 3.5 years, the testimony of the 2 witnesses. So this is connected to that, not to previous time, but to the time of the 2 witnesses. So I'll read from 4:6. It says, then he answered, tell me.
Well, hold on, but I just want to let everybody know that I pulled this one specifically because, again, we're looking at the pattern in which Yah would mobilize, right? And this is perfect. Look at, again, you just read it right now, and he says he will pour out his spirit.
Exactly.
This is how he brought them out of Babylon. He poured out his spirit. This is what he did when he mobilized the believers of the time of when Yahusha was resurrected. He poured out his spirit. He pours out his spirit and appoints them or anoints them for the task. So go ahead.
Yeah, so it says, then he answered and spake unto me, saying, this is the word of Yahweh unto Zerubbabel. Zerubbabel means sown in confusion, born in Babel. That's what it means. You can see right there, sown in Babel. Babel means confusion. So we know that he was sown in confusion. And that represents several things. One, that he was born not in Israel, but in the nations, mainly Babel. That represents that just like Mashiach came from Israel, the 2 witnesses would come from the nations, just like Zerubbabel, just like Moshe came from Egypt, just like Yahusef was king in Egypt. Zerubbabel came from Babel, and other representation that we have in scriptures. So it also represents the prodigal son. I'm sure you guys know the parable of the prodigal son, which everybody understands the simple interpretation of it. Everybody who has sinned is a prodigal son when they return to the Most High. But when you see that in the terms of first and last, the prodigal son is the last. Yahushua is the first who never sinned. So with that view, you can read it again eventually and see how clear it is. So Zerubbabel represents the prodigal son because he was born in confusion. So he was born during the apostasy with the false doctrine, just like all of us, and has to come to the truth through his search of the Most High, just like we have. So it says, then he answered and spake unto me, saying, this is the word of Yahweh unto he who was born in confusion, saying, not by might, like the Jewish expect, not by power, but by my ruach, but by my spirit, said Yahweh of hosts, Yahweh Tsabaoth.
All right, let's do some etymology here. Oh, did you want to say something? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, so let's look at some of these words here. So if you look at this word for not by might, and I thought this was extremely important. So you can see it says by efficacy, right? So by your own strength, that is the wealth or the force of an army. So he's saying a force, an army, wealth, or virtue, that is the arm of the flesh. The arm of the flesh will not do it. When describing men, it can speak of those who are strong for war. Okay, it can speak of those who have whatever is required. It speaks of an enemy or any kind of influence or a great company. So he's saying that it won't be by any of these external hayils, force, an army, or wealth. And then he's saying it's not going to be by power either. And this word right here, it's right here, brother. It says human strength. It will not be by human strength. It will not be by the strength of angels. It will not be by the strength of animals. It will not be by any other force except for by his ruach.
Yeah.
By his ruach.
And that's what most people don't understand, sadly, because they are expecting Hollywood. They are expecting might and power. Yes. So they won't be able to see it because the spirit is invisible. Right? That's you cannot see the ruach.
Well, it's visible to us, but
yes, but through the spiritual eyes, because we walk by faith, right? We walk by emunah, not by sight. So we are able to see through the emunah. But those who do not have emunah cannot see. Remember that Yahushua said, when the Son of Man reveals himself, when the Son of Man comes to the earth, will he find faith?
That's it.
And that's a rhetorical question. He was saying there won't be any faith because everybody sadly is on a wrong doctrine. So
that's right.
It is what it has been happening. And I don't know if you wanted me to read a little bit more, if that was it. I think you wanted to read.
Did you want me to read
that
some more?
point.
No, I
Maybe
I
couple
just
more
wanted to show
verses.
again the pattern
Yeah.
of the
Maybe a
ruach.
couple more verses just to say something.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then what we'll do is we'll open up the chat. So let me just let everybody know that we'll open the chat now. So here's the thing. If you have a comment or a question that you would like either one of us to address, please use the chat, but use the all caps feature. That means make it all caps so that I can know the difference between conversation and a question. And then I'll put it up on the screen and we will address it. So you can start posting your questions or comments now. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah,
Where did you want me to go?
I'll read this. No, right where it was. But I like to see the question, the last question that somebody added here. Leibok. I don't know if I'm saying Leibok. I'm not saying it right.
Oh, Libak. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll save that one for you.
Yeah, because that's a good
Okay.
question. So Zechariah 4:6. Let me see. It says, yeah, but by my spirit, said Yahweh of hosts, who art thou, O great mountain? The mountains represent kingdoms, empires.
Mhm.
So the kingdom of this world, the new world order. Who art thou, O great mountain? Before Zerubbabel, before the prodigal son, before the last, thou shalt become a plain. So the new world order will be destroyed, and no matter how high they get, they will be brought low. And he shall bring forth the headstone, meaning the last brings the testimony of Yahushua, who is the cornerstone, the head of the congregation. So, well, go ahead if you want, like Rosha, right? The head.
Yeah.
Rosh is head, Rosha, it is written there.
You're right. It says right here that the stone is the cornerstone.
Yeah.
The first stone laid. Yeah.
Yahushua is the first. Yahushua is the cornerstone rejected by the builders, by the masons, by the Pharisees.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
it is saying that the last, as the prodigal son, comes to preach of Mashiach, because we just read earlier in Revelation 22 that Yahushua said, I am sending my messenger. And you already explained very well what a messenger is, right? And how it works. So Zerubbabel represents that messenger. The headstone or cornerstone is Mashiach, the testimony of Yahushua. So, and he shall bring forth the headstone thereof with shoutings, crying, favor, favor unto it. Chen, chen, la, as it says in Hebrew. Favor, favor, because we receive the favor and the truth through Mashiach. The favor and the truth came through Mashiach, Yahushua. So he comes saying favor to Yahushua because everybody's giving favor to the other one, to the enemy. And then he says, moreover, the word of Yahweh came unto me saying, the hands of Zerubbabel have laid the foundation of this house. He laid the foundation of the second temple, representing the last coming as the second one to build the congregation as the new temple, because Yahushua said, destroy the temple, and I will raise it up in 3 days. And we know that the congregation is the body of Mashiach, so the congregation is the temple. The hands of Zerubbabel have laid the foundation of this house. His hands shall also finish it. So throughout the first 3.5 years, Zerubbabel, as the last, will gather the 144,000 each as one stone of the temple. And thou shalt know that Yahweh of hosts hath sent me unto you. And I'll leave it there.
I'm just going to leave it there.
I mean, if I continue, it'll take forever.
Yeah. Okay. This is great. Yeah. So I obviously we got two people that are just in the same vein. So we could probably go on double what I did right to the second power, maybe like 6 hours. But praise yeah. So I do want to encourage you all to tune in next Tuesday. We're going to actually go into detail. We're going to go into detail and have these conversations with you. But I did just want to have a conversation with my brother so that we could sort of get a feel for what's going on. I want to conclude by saying that the idea is that I believe with all of my heart that what's going on right now in the East is a setup. It's a setup. They are setting up for something. They are advancing their agenda. They are using the Hegelian dialectic, right? It's all part of the New World Order. They are purposefully inflating the market. They are purposefully trying to advance a one world currency alongside World War III. I mean, my goodness, I'm used to eating really, really good food. I mean, my milk over here is like $20 a gallon, which I'm used to. But man, I'm like at the markets now and I'm like, oh my goodness, $16 for a piece of cheese. Like it's pretty intense, right? It's gas prices over here in the US are like $7 a gallon. $7 a gallon. So it's getting pretty intense, right? The inflation, they're going to collapse the economy. They're going to set up for, the intensity is just going to continue to become more intense. Like, I don't even know what the word is that I'm looking for. It's going to become intense. We have to be grounded. We have to be rooted. We have to stay connected, right? We have to keep our hearts postured before Yah so that he can continue to work in us, so that those little foxes won't spoil our vines. I think that, again, what's happening is you're dealing with two particular powers. Please look up some of the names that we've mentioned. Research Charles Russell, look up David Horowitz, look up some of the documents that we mentioned as well. Look up the Rimland, especially when you're talking about the mountains. Like, I'm thinking of that landmass. I'm thinking of the Caucasus Mountains. I'm thinking of all these things. And again, they're vying for power over that landmass because they know that it will give them superpower. It'll give them Ubermensch. It'll give them the power that they need to sort of sway the world, right, into a one world government. So with that being said, you have the Zionists that I believe are Khazarians, Turkish descent. It's interesting too, really quick. If you do some research on the Khazarian, there's a lot of information out there, but I have a name for you. His name is Professor Dunlop from Columbia University. Professor Dunlop wrote a lot. He researched the Khazarians, and he wrote a lot on them. And in studying their religion, the ancient Turkic people, they worshipped the sky god, and they believed that the sky god was the supreme, eternal, important to note, universal God, that he was the God of all the religions, the God of all the universal elements, everything all in one. And it's interesting to note that again is a counterfeit to the El that we serve, who is one. He is one, but they are calling him the eternal, universal God, that he's judge and he's the source of life, the eternal supreme. They practiced shamanism, I don't even know how to pronounce it, totemism, ancestor worship. And you can find all of that in the Ashkenazi religion and faith. It's just very similar. It's very apropos. And so with that being said, I don't believe that the people who are occupying, and I'm just going to say it with boldness, I don't believe the people that are occupying the land right now are who they claim to be. We'll leave it at that. And we're not looking for genealogical bloodlines to indicate who somebody is, but we're saying, show me the fruit, right? Show me the money. Show me the fruit. The fruit should be born of the Ruach because they have received the testimony of Yahusha. They reject our Mashiach. And we'll talk about this more and more. There's so many things that we should cover. But, there's, again, the Christian dogmas out there who defend the Christian Zionism. They defend Zionism. They defend the movement of the Orthodox community by saying, this is prophecy fulfilled. You cannot come against them. It says that they misquote, brother, by saying that the verse says, those who curse Israel shall be cursed. It doesn't say that. It says those who curse. He's speaking to Moshe, and he says those who curse you, right? He says those who curse you shall be cursed, right? Those who bless you shall be blessed. But they reinterpret it saying, hey, if you curse Israel, you're cursed, right? You can't say nothing bad about Israel. You can't say nothing about them because you're going to be cursed. Then you have those that are saying, oh, you're trying to replace Israel. Then you have those who are saying, oh, no, it's just because the scripture says that they're going to remain blind, and that once the temple is built and the Mashiach comes, then they're going to look upon the one whom they have pierced, and then they're going to be saved. So they're twisting a lot of scripture to try to justify who those people are in the land. But in the end, we will know who is who and what is what. All right. So we did have a question here. Let's see if I can go back to it here. Libak. So you said that you wanted to respond to this one. Go ahead. Yeah. And then we have a video we're going to conclude with, unless I forget. Remind me, okay?
Perfect. Okay. So It says, my mother and father believed in God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit, but died many, many years ago, not saved. That's not what I have said, just in case. Well, what you are understanding is not what I said, pretty much. I'll explain.
Oh, no, I think they're just asking the question.
No, I know. But he's asking the question because of something I said that could be misinterpreted. So I just want to explain.
Okay.
There are two things that we see in Romans 10. Justification and salvation. Justification and salvation. Romans 10:10, if you want to check it out.
I can go there, yeah.
Okay. So I don't know if you're gonna put it on screen to read it.
I
or-
am.
Okay.
I'll do it for you. Hold on. Entire screen. Okay, let's go.
So it says, okay, Romans first. Romans 10.
And I'm only using the King James version. The King James version, far from virgin. The King James version. Sorry. King James version, because if you want to pull up a word, I have it over here on the other side where we can look at the definition.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Plus, yeah, I like to do that a lot just to show that you can get to the
Right.
truth even with that one. So
Yeah.
knowing the names. So it says, for with the heart man believeth unto righteousness, and with the mouth confession is made unto salvation. Now, the whole chapter is very important, very, very important. Let's see. It says, well, verse 9, that if thou shalt confess with thy mouth the sovereign Yahushua, so if you confess with your mouth that your sovereign is Yahushua, Yahweh who saves, and shall believe in thine heart that Yahweh hath raised them from the dead, thou shalt be saved. So it's saying two things to come to salvation: to believe in your heart and confess with your mouth the name of Mashiach as your sovereign. Then in Romans 10, 10, it explains that the first key is for justification, if you believe in your heart. The second key is for salvation, if you confess with your mouth. What do you need to confess? The name of the Messiah, because that is the covenant. Yahushua, Yahweh saves. So you are making a covenant with your mouth because you have the power of life and death in your mouth. So by confessing the name with your mouth, you're making a covenant that you believe that Yahweh will save you because he sent his son to die for your sins 2,000 years ago. Yet most people, until nowadays when Yahweh is revealing the name of the Son, most people only believed in the false names. They didn't know the true names. So they cannot be
held accountable.
Exactly, for that which they didn't know, because it had not been revealed yet. It was not for the time. That is first. Second, if you go to, can you also go to 1 Peter 1, please?
Yeah.
If you go to 1 Peter 1, 4 and 5, you'll see something that is key, and most people miss. It says, to an inheritance incorruptible and undefiled, and that fadeth not away, reserved in the heavens for you, who are kept by the power of Yahweh through faith unto salvation, ready to be revealed in the last time.
Hallelujah.
So salvation is for the very end. Till now, only justification has been given, because salvation comes through the name of the Savior. Only one name given to men through which they can be saved, the name above every name, the name of Yahushua. So also you can see in John 1, 12, very important verse, but don't go yet. So Yahweh explains how the name is key. So it's actually the key of knowledge, because through the name you receive the anointing, as we see in John 14:26. It is through the name that you receive the Ruach, and 1 John explains, the letter explains how the Ruach is the one that explains everything to us. So it says here, who are kept by the power of Yahweh through faith unto salvation, ready to be revealed. So it will be revealed in the last time. What? Salvation. So that means before the last time, what has been revealed? Justification. What is justification? To be justified before the throne. So when you are judged after death, you are justified, because the wages of sin is death. So when people die, there is a payment done for their body, but now their soul needs to be judged. And if they believed in Mashiach, who died for their sins, then their soul will be justified and they will be able to enter. And there are the few and the many. The few will rule over the many will be the people, but they will all be one nation under Yahweh and Yahushua at his right hand. So salvation, according to Peter, will be for the end times. Justification has been since Mashiach came, even before Mashiach, because Abraham was justified through his belief. And in fact, just to clear something up, Genesis, or Bereshit 12, it says, now Yahweh had said to Abram, or Abram, Get out of your country, from your family, and from your father's house, to a land that I will show you. I will make you a great nation. I will bless you and make your name great, and shall be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and will curse him who curses you. He was talking to Abraham, that his blessing would come on those whom he blessed, and if he was cursed, they would be cursed. And we are sons of Abraham through Emunah. So therefore, that is a fulfillment that happens with us, not with some people who claim to be someone they are not. So going back to the question, thank you so much. Here you go. Oh no, you were looking for something else.
Oh yeah, I was there. I wanted to say something about this word justified. So it's interesting. Yeah, but I want to put some feet to it. So if you understand how the sacrificial system worked, when somebody was, even if they were just bringing their offering, a thank offering, a votive offering, a peace offering, a sin offering, remember there were millions of people surrounding the Mishkan, right? And so if you say, for example, people say, oh, the Torah or the commandments or whatever is a burden, but that's not technically what burden means. Sin is a burden. Sin is a burden. So when you would then, if say, for example, you sinned, you would have to bring your burden to the altar. And that's why they had beasts to help them carry those burdens. That's what a beast of burden is. A beast, they would put the burden, whether it was wheat, frankincense, oil, a slaughter, whatever it was that the action required as a ola or a minka, they would bring that and they would have to walk through the congregation. Now, Yah is so merciful that a peace offering and a sin offering were basically the same offering. So nobody really knew. And say, oh, look at Jessica. She has like 2 goats. She sinned real bad, you know, and then the gossip and the slander. But as the person was migrating towards the temple, they would bring their burden to the door or to the gate. And this is what it says in Joel, that the priests were supposed to mediate by weeping between porch and altar, but rather they looked at sin as an opportunity for them to remain employed. And so they looked at your sin. The more you sinned, the more job security they had. Yah forbid your sins were wiped away, then guess what? They were unemployed. This is why they continued later on to add to the Torah to make it burdensome so that they would maintain their position as Kohanim Hagadol or Kohanim. Now here's what's interesting. So you bring your offering and you're going with a charge against you. Say, for example, it's a sin offering and you have a charge against you. You bring your charge, you bring your offering, and you had to bring your burden into the gates. You had to slaughter. You had to shed that innocent blood. Okay, it's so symbolic. This is why it says, if there's blood on your hands, or if, you know, give us clean hands and a pure heart, it means that you're not slaughtering in vain. You're not just going through the motion saying, hey, I sinned last night, I'll just go slaughter an animal tomorrow, no big deal. But that your heart is truly repented. Now, if your heart was truly repented, then you would bring your offering to the gate. You would offer it up. So you came in as a guilty man, Brother Koresh. You came in as a guilty man. You're charged. You know you sinned. You're guilty. Unless it was a sin that you weren't aware of, like you mentioned earlier. But you would bring your offering in. If you gave your offering to the Kohanim, they placed it on the altar. And if it was consumed, then you were justified, meaning innocent, because Yah judged your heart and determined that your offering, your ola, your ascending offering, was a sweet smelling fragrance, an aroma in his nostrils. Yahusha is called a fragrant aroma, a sweet smelling aroma, meaning he was an acceptable offering, a pleasing offering. This is what it means to satisfy the wrath of Yah, is idiomatically expressed through this expression, aroma. It doesn't mean that he liked the smell of meat. It meant that he liked carne asada, or, you know, the barbecue, but it meant that he was satisfied. His wrath was appeased, and the judgment against you was abated. You could now go back into the community, and you could continue to live among them and prosper among them, and nobody could charge you with that crime again. They can't say, hey, or didn't you blah, 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 because you were innocent. So when we say that the blood of Yahusha covers us and all of that, he justifies us, and we bear the fruit of righteousness. We don't continue to sin, but we desire to go and sin no more. So I just wanted to bring up the definition of that. What verse did you want me to go to?
Well, I mentioned John 1, verse 11 and 12. But while you look for that, I'll just read this. And Genesis 15:6, it says, and he believed, talking about Abraham, and he believed in Yahweh, and he accounted it to him for righteousness. So we see that we receive righteousness through belief in Mashiach. Before Mashiach came, people received righteousness by believing that he would come. After Mashiach came, people would receive righteousness through believing that he came already and resurrected.
Okay.
So when it comes to the parents of the person who asked the question, they believed that Mashiach, without knowing the name, that he was the Son of the Most High. He came, he died for their sins, and resurrected 3 days after by the power of the Most High, without knowing the names. But they believed that, which is the testimony.
Hallelujah.
And therefore they were made righteous after their death because of their belief in the heart. But in the very end times, as Peter said, then Yahweh would reveal the name for salvation to manifest. And salvation is not only of the soul, but also of the body. That's why the 144,000 will be transformed in the blink of an eye and won't experience death, as Yahweh promised to the congregation of Philadelphia. So by being the 144,000, the congregation of Philadelphia, it shows that they are not Jewish people who don't believe in the Messiah. It is the true Yahudim who follow the Messiah wherever he goes. So they are a true congregation who believe in the Father and the Son, who will be saved from the trial that is to come over the world. Yeah. So
Bravo.
John, it says first.
I'm sorry, but what did you say, John? What? I'm sorry.
1, 11, and 12. Right there is there. It's fine.
Okay.
He came. It says he came unto his own, and his own received him not. But as many as received him, to them he gave the power to become the sons of Yahweh, even to them that believe on his name. So it is those who believe in his name who actually become the sons of Yahweh, the children of Yahweh. And it may say sons because in Yahushua there's no male nor female. They're all one because they are his body. So those who believe in his name. So we see the importance of believing in his name. And there are many other verses that we will see eventually, I'm sure. But I just wanted to see this and say it for the person who wrote that, because that's a very normal question and obviously important question when we explain justification and salvation. Those who died before the end times, they were justified if they believed in Mashiach. But now Yahweh offers salvation because it's the last time through the name of Mashiach.
You know what I just noticed or realized? We never interpreted your song. We never broke it down.
But I think, well, if you listen to the lyrics, you'll understand most of it. That's fine.
Okay. So Isaac is asking, as a Yahudim, and are we even Yahudim? You know what's interesting? Can I just make another statement here? You prophesy, brother, and I'll just give like the letter, right? And so you know the Yahudim, why were they called specifically Yahudim? Because when they came out of Babylon, you see what they're doing in 1948 and with the people that are occupying the land right now, they're trying to say that they are the spiritual movement. They are the second Exodus, that they were the forerunners to the second Exodus, and that everything else that's going to happen prophetically supersedes them or is going to happen after them. So it's not the case. They're trying to make it happen, right? They're going to do these false movements, and then people are going to end up embracing the false Messiah. They're going to say, oh, the Messiah has come. Well, here's what's interesting. When they came out of Babylon, the first to come out was primarily Judah and Levi and Benjamin. And the reason why you'll always see Benjamin with Judah is because, and thank you for this, Morasha, but because Benjamin, David and Jonathan had a covenant. They made a covenant. And David was from the tribe of Judah and Jonathan was from the tribe of Benjamin. And so they made a covenant pact to always, be together, a union. So we see them throughout the scriptures. We see them remaining together. So when they came out of Babylon, the southern tribe came out first. And when they came out, it was predominantly Judah. But then you also had Levi and you had Benjamin, little Benjamin coming along with Judah. And so, but because the majority of the people were Judah, they basically assimilated, and the Levites, Judah, and Benjamites were basically called Judah. That's why.
Yeah.
But then you had the northern. Go ahead.
Before you continue with that, remember what you just mentioned about Judah or Yahudah and Benjamin working together all the time. Remember that Yahushua came from Yahudah. Benjamin came from Rachel. So Yahudah came from Leah. Benjamin came from Rachel. That is also first and last, because Benjamin was the last son of Jacob. That's
Right.
why his name is also interpreted as Ben Yomim, the son of days, because he was the son
Mm.
at the last days of Jacob. So Yehuda and Benjamin represent first and last. The temple where the Yahudim would rule, or well, around which the Yahudim would rule, would stand on the land of Benjamin. So that's why also the connection, Yehuda and Benjamin, first and last. Yahushua came for the souls. The last comes for the body. And I say that because the body was made from the soil of the ground. So the first comes for time because he gives us eternal life. And the last comes for the space in which we will live that eternal life. So time and space, first and last. Yehuda and Benjamin, the people and the place where the
I
temple
like
was.
that.
So
Well, that makes me. I want to ask you then, but this is like a
just a
side
second,
note. We
just
might
a
get
second, just a
sidetracked.
second.
Okay,
Plus,
go ahead. Go ahead.
remember that Benjamin, not only he was the last son, his name is called Benjamin, but also remember that when he went to Joseph in Egypt, Joseph put the cup in his sack, right? And then when he was going away, they sent the messengers and called him a thief,
Right.
because Yahushua said that he would come as a thief in the night. So the last comes as a thief. That's why they called
Oh,
Benjamin
wow.
a thief. And that's why he gave him the cup, because Mashiach said, pass this cup, right? If I have to drink it, then I'll drink it, but pass the cup, right? Right before he died. So that represents that Yahushua had to drink the cup by dying for our sins, and then he would pass the cup to the last, just as Joseph, who was sold by Yehuda, gave the cup to Benjamin, representing the last, to go through the same thing. So comes as a thief in the night, Benjamin, and all of that I just mentioned. Hopefully everybody will understand the connection. So go ahead, what were you gonna say?
Well, I love it. You're like ping ponging, right? Neurons are ping ponging. No, I think I was gonna just take us off course here. I'm sorry, Isaac. Be patient with us. But I was gonna say then, what do you think about what is it called? Not fermentation. What is it when you
Leaven?
when you die and then they burn your body? What is it
Oh,
called?
cremation?
Thank you. I was like fermentation, you know. Yeah, cremation. What do you think about cremation then? Because some people are like, no, you can't get cremated. But then what about like the Holocaust and if that even happened? And what, I'm sorry. Okay,
That's
just
fine.
won't say that.
Yeah. Well,
But yeah, what do you
according
think
to
about people
scriptures,
bombing and stuff like that? People that died in fires, like
exactly. Well, in Judaism, they have a wrong
9/11.
theory.
Sorry.
Yeah. In Judaism, they have a wrong theory that the people who died, well, they say that we all have a bone that is indestructible, and according to them, the Almighty will use that bone to recreate the
pineal?
body. No, a bone that is on
Oh,
the,
it's in this. That's right. In the
lutz, they call them
yeah,
the
the
lutz.
back of that. That's
So
right. That's right.
they believe there is an indestructible bone that will be used to create the body. So that's why in the physical or through the letter, which kills, they believe that cremation would stop resurrection. Of course, that is not true. Yahweh doesn't need anything from matter in order to recreate or to make a new body. For he didn't need it at first, he won't need it again. In fact, he says that our bodies will be way above these bodies, because these bodies were made with hands. The ones that we will receive are not. So when it comes to cremation, according to scriptures, it's something that represents the wrath. It represents going to hell. So that is something that one shouldn't do for a loved one. We shouldn't, because it represents hell. It represents being destroyed. But obviously, if a person is destroyed in that way, even after him doing all the works, obviously Yahweh will resurrect that person. But that is not the way that it should that person should go. We see in scriptures every time that bones being burned is mentioned, it is mentioned as a way to disrespect the death, or as a way to make everything impure, like to make everything profane. So it is something that one should avoid if possible, in the sense of what it represents and what perhaps may happen or the soul may feel during that process. Because remember that scripture says that we should be buried because we are seeds. So we should be buried so that we become trees. The resurrection will be the coming of that tree into the world to give fruit. So imagine the difference between this body and the next body is just like the difference between a seed and a whole tree. So that's why cremation is not the way.
That's good news, because I don't know if you know, over here in the US, we have an option. We have an option now. It's much cheaper than being buried, but we have an option to actually have our bodies decompose naturally
Oh, really?
in a plot so that we actually become a tree. So they position you in such a way, and that's what I want. That's what I want. I've already told my family, I'm going to be a tree. So you can actually, they use you as a seed, they bury you, and then they of course plant the seed above you for the tree, and then you're a tree. My children are saying, my daughter says, yeah, no, it's gonna have to be a little tree, and I'm gonna cremate you, and I'm gonna put the dirt, and then I'm gonna carry you if I ever move and I have to leave, and I'm gonna always have my tree with me. I said, oh, okay, man. Whatever.
Yeah, hopefully you won't have to go through that because we're so close. You
Yeah.
might not need to. So
Hallelujah. Maybe
yeah,
we're the last generation, huh?
no, we are.
Okay,
That's for
so what do
sure.
you think? What is Mr. Isaac? He says, as Yahudim, should he support
Yeah.
Zionism?
Well, first of all, yeah, what you said was right, but that was from the point of view of the Jewish people. In Genesis 49, we read that it says, Yahudah, you are he whom your brothers shall praise, because from Yahudah would come Yahushua. Then it says, your land shall be on the neck. I mean, your hand shall be on the neck of your enemies. So that's why Yahweh said, I will come down and bring your enemies down to your footstool, because Yahweh comes as the hand. Your hand shall be on the neck of your enemies. Your father's children shall bow down before you, because we give honor and bow down before Yahushua. And then let me see. Well, yeah, kind of.
Did you want me to go to a verse or something?
No, it's well, you could, but I was reading Genesis 49 because it is from these verses that we can see that the name Yahudah would be above all the names of the tribes. And that is one of the reasons why we would be called Yahudim as well, because we believe in Yahushua, who is a Yahudi, and therefore we are one with him because we become his body. And that's why in Yahushua there is no Greek nor Yahudi. We are one. And Yahushua is a Yahudi. Now, when I use Yahudi or Yahudim for us, I use it because of scriptures and because of the meaning of the name. Yahudah means he who praises Yahweh.
Right.
He who raises his hands to Yahweh. So we are Yahudim if we praise Yahweh. And the question was if Yahudim should go with the Zionists. No, the Zionists are not Yahudim. They are not even Israelites. They are not the people of the scriptures. So we shouldn't support Zionism. We should support the real people. We should support Yahweh. We should support his prophecies. Exactly, each other. We should love our neighbor as ourselves. So this is our neighbor, not just one person, even our enemies.
That's
so
right. That's right. And we're going to conclude soon here. But if you go and just look up, you just do a trace line for Rothschilds or the Rothschilds, or you'll find that they're connected to Edom. Edom was vested by Rome. You'll find that they have a connection to Esau and Ishmael and the whole thing. And they're just all the same seed of the serpent. And so even the name Rothschild, it's Rothschilds, but it's actually Rothschild. It means red shield, right? And like I said, I'm going to present on all of this and give you a lot more detailed information so you can do your own research. But for now, just know that it's all Esau, just like our brother mentioned, taking on the outward appearance of Jacob, but they are not Jacob. So where did you want me to go, brother? So the answer was basically no.
Well, yeah, right? Exactly. That was just simple. Let's take it like that. Yeah, go ahead with another question, Sean.
So I think Prissy was saying back to who is Israel? Who is Israel? And I think you just kind of basically made that statement.
Yeah, well, you can research who are the true Israelites when it comes to the flesh. But at the end, what matters is the spirit. Who do we believe in, right? So the true Israelites are the ones who believe in Yahushua HaMashiach. But when it comes to the flesh, mainly and amazingly, thankfully, what people call Latin people and many or most of the black people, according to history and according to Deuteronomy 28 and what would happen and what happened in history, we connect one with the other, and we know. Plus Ezra 4 shows how we were brought to this land, and also we see in history 1492 when we were brought here, and many other signs, like the fact that in New Mexico you can find a mountain that has the 10 Commandments.
Oh yeah,
and
big time.
Other things that show Hebrew, right, in America. So yeah.
right, I'm trying to find the questions. A lot of comments. People are really liking what you have to say. If there are any questions, okay. Question here's one. I don't. Can you see them? Can you if you tap them? I think it'll come up on the screen. So go ahead and do that.
When you put them, I see them. So you just put them, and I'll
Okay, good.
Yeah, I think there was one before that one, wasn't it?
I don't know. Tell me by who.
I don't know. I just saw the question. I didn't see the name.
That's why they have to use the all caps, because then I have to read through everybody's comments. I'm sorry if we lost one.
Let me see
if you see it, bring it back.
This one right here, Karen C. How do I do it?
We're here. Oh, it's not working for you. Okay, Tom, is it this one?
That one, yeah.
Okay.
No, it was the one before that, from that same person though.
Oh, right here, reckon to him righteousness.
No. I think it's a question. The thief. It starts with the thief on the cross.
Here it is.
Yeah, the thief on the cross did not have a chance to walk out Torah. Praise Yah for His great mercy. Now, if they know and have heard and turn away, that they are held accountable. Well, it wasn't a question. I thought it was a question regarding the thief.
But it's a comment. You can respond to the comment.
Yeah, it's true that shows Yahweh's mercy. But it is clear that the thief on the cross did something that Scripture says. He confessed Yahushua as the Messiah when he told the other one that Mashiach didn't have sin, and they did. So he was showing that he knew that he didn't have sin, and he was dying for our sins. So he confessed him as sovereign, and therefore Yahushua said, "It's done. You're justified. We'll see you later." Right? So Yahweh is good, no doubt. Now, what part of Costa Rica is your ministry? In San Jose, the capital. But like I said, we do the live streaming every Monday, Thursday, and Shabbat.
It seems like you do it every day.
Well, yeah, Monday, but those like 3 days are in Spanish. Tuesdays are in English. Wednesdays I'm on the radio. So yeah, Tuesdays I do English on the Way of Yahweh channel in YouTube. Then Monday, Thursday, and Shabbat in Spanish in El Camino de Yahweh on YouTube. And Wednesdays I have a radio show at night, and we also put it on YouTube on the Candice Major Army channel. And I think I said everything. So yeah, the Spanish, the English, and the radio show, that's kind of what I do all week. I only have Fridays and Sundays to do music and all of that. Yeah.
Jessica says you got etymology and physics and scriptures going on. She loves it.
I'm glad.
Me too.
I'm glad you like it. And yeah, like I said, I'm down to be here whenever you want. Actually, yeah, I mean, I have Tuesdays.
Oh no, you crossed over. I don't think you can go back now. That's it.
I'm in.
Okay, I'm looking for. No, I'm having a good time. I'm comfortable. I'm looking for any more questions. And oh my gosh, there's just so many. You guys were supposed to put the all caps. Maybe you should have told them in Spanish too.
There's one here by Jessica.
By Jessica? Where?
Jessica Emmerich.
Oh yeah, I see it.
And
yeah.
Do you think the New Jerusalem, the true Zion, will be placed on that land though? It will eventually, but like at the end of the 1,000 years, and it will replace the old Jerusalem, just like Yahweh will make a new earth and a new heavens. He will make a new Jerusalem. The old Jerusalem represents the natural, that which shall pass. It represents, actually, now that I have that question, let me read something that I had here. Yahweh is good because he told me before the time. If we go to Galatians.
Yeah, let me go there. Hang on. Galatians what?
Galatians 4:21 through 31. I'll read that.
Hold on. Galatians 4.
Yeah.
What?
21.
Okay.
So it says, there you go. Tell me, ye that desire to be under the law, according to the letter, of course, is what he means. Do ye not hear the law? That is such a wonderful, wonderful verse. I love it. Tell me, ye that desire to be under the law, do you not hear the law? I mean,
I've never noticed that.
Why would you want to be under the law? Like, if you didn't know what the law is and what it does, it condemns you. That's what it was given for those who trespass to be condemned.
That's right.
Then Mashiach came to give those who repent justification and salvation. So
oh my goodness.
Then it says, for it is written that Abraham had two sons, the one by a bondmaid, the other by a free woman, right? So remember that ruach in Hebrew is a female term. So the ruach or females represent
feminine. Yeah.
feminine term. So we have the well, what I was going to say, the congregation, who is represented by a female, right? The bride.
The kohel, right?
So the ruach is that which fills the bride, the spirit of the bride. So both the congregation and the ruach are represented by a female or in a feminine.
So is that why it says the spirit and the bride say come?
Exactly.
Okay.
So and here it's talking about two women, Hagar and Sarah. Okay. Hagar is the spirit that is in those who are of the flesh through the letter, who give commandments of men, because they are slaves, spiritual slaves. And Sarah represents those who are free through Yahushua, because he said, and you shall know the truth and you shall be free. So it says, for it is written that Abraham had two sons, the one by a bondmaid, then the other by a free woman. But he who was of the bondwoman was born after the flesh, right? So that's why they interpret according to the flesh. But he of the free woman by promise. Yahweh made a promise or a prophecy. He gave a word that he would have a son through Sarah, not through Hagar. They, through, we could say in a way, unbelief, decided to have a son through Hagar because Sarah thought that she couldn't, and therefore it was supposed to be through Hagar. So then he says, which things are an allegory for these are the two covenants, these two women, these two children. The one from the Mount Sinai or Sinai, which gendereth to bondage, which is Hagar. For this Hagar is Mount Sinai in Arabia, right? We were talking about the Arabic,
right?
Word,
the Arab nations,
the Arab nations and the Muslims, pretty much. So, and answereth to Jerusalem. So it's saying that the one of the flesh, the slave, is the current Jerusalem, which now is and is in bondage with her children. But Jerusalem, which is above, meaning the new Jerusalem that shall come down, is free, which is the mother of us all. The mother of us all. For it is written, rejoice. And I want to say also, the mother of us all is not Mary, is the new Jerusalem. The Ruach that is represented by the new Jerusalem, that which is in the congregation. For it is written, rejoice, thou barren that bearest not, break forth and cry, thou that travailest not, for the desolate had many more children than she which had than she which had a husband. So the true congregation who has a husband, the Messiah, they are few. Yet those who are in the false doctrine, they are many, right? Those who are slaves to the letter. And so the new Jerusalem is the one above that shall come down after Mashiach comes down on the Mount of Olives, and this will separate and make a plain for the new Jerusalem to come down eventually and sit right there. So yeah, it will be placed there, but long after the current one is destroyed.
Got it. Beautiful. Valdez Uriel is saying that will there be a whole new race? Like, will there be? Actually, and what do you mean by race? You have to first define race. What is a race?
That's actually a new. I mean, a comment. I'm pretty sure because that's a line from one of our songs. I don't even remember if it was one of my lines or a line written by one of the other two brothers that sing with me, Soldier and let me see. I think it's me. I even forget my lyrics. Mm-hmm. And what I'm talking about, yeah, because race started with evolution and all of that, right? We are one race, the human race. Mm-hmm. So my point is that there will be a new human race with completely new bodies. But yeah, that's just a comment from Uriel. I don't think that was a question.
I would like to respond to that. No. I mean, but it's a great question. I mean, he is making a statement, and I would
Okay.
like to respond to that. So I think we would need to define, because words mean things, right? Words matter, and so I think we would first need to define race. And race is actually not something that Yah has ever promoted. It was never about race or ethnicity. All the things that they make up to divide and conquer. You know, they make up ethnicity. They say you're Mexican, you're Mexica, but you don't really know that you were mixed with the Spanish, but you were Azteca. Are you Tajino? Like, we've lost really, truly, even our identity as far as like who we are as indigenous people to the lands, right? Latin America. Are you Latino? Are you Hispanic? Are you Mexica? Like, I mean, it's just a big conglomeration of like.
And well, that is just among Latin people, but that they use race obviously just to create racism.
Exactly.
So
And
white,
and
black, yellow.
internal wars.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
that's also that was also prophesied, and we can find the word ethnos in Matthew.
Ethnos.
Yeah.
Ethnicities, right? Very good. So that's actually even better. So I think that it would be that if you go back into Genesis, when we think about the name Adam, you know, people, it was Ha-Adam, the man, when he is speaking of the man in particular. But speaking of mankind, Adam, when he created, there's a specific word there. It's the word kind. And he says, and he created man, Adam, after his kind, and he created blah, 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 after its kind, after its kind, after its kind. Well, that word for kind is species.
Yeah.
And so he was called Adam, made after his kind, mankind. And that's why even I can be called Adam. I can be called a mankind because I am mankind. So I think it's more that he's not going to create a new kind of people. We are actually, and you know that it's interesting because
like I said, it's part of the just in hip hop you use a lot of metaphors, and
right.
So I do a lot and use parables and everything else that we see in scriptures, and well, first ethnos is in when it says Matthew 24:7, for nation shall rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. So ethnos against ethnos. That's why they are putting whites against blacks and all of that, and well,
Matthew 24
blacks against
what?
whites, I should say. And I'm sorry,
Matthew 24 what?
24/7.
Okay.
So also remember that Paul says that we are in a race and that we should run to get the first place. So there are two ways in which you can see that he will make a whole new race. He will start a whole new world in which all humans will be different than now without the inclination to do evil. So that's the point of that line, just in case.
Perfect. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. So like, of course, Strong's would have utilized this word race as it was common in his vernacular, but in the ancient Hebrew, it would have basically divided the nation. Well, the kind would have been the
people, the humans.
The people, like the right, because remember on the sixth day it was the beast of the field, right?
And I agree, but that's the point also with race. Like I said, it would be like if we were to take race, the word, as what is seen in scriptures, then it would be the human race. There is no separation between humans. We are all one, right? We all came from Adam.
Yes, absolutely. I agree.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Here's another one. And then I think we're going to conclude with your, Taco Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday. Got to go get my tacos. Let's see. Okay, it says here, did Yahweh reveal to you who is the last and his name is David? I don't know what that means.
Okay, let me see. Well, Yahweh uses in Jeremiah the name David to talk about the last.
Oh, okay. So the Ben David, right?
Yeah, that's
Ben
why exactly. But no, he actually says David in Jeremiah. I will raise up David.
Oh, not son of David. Himself. Okay.
Yeah. So
show me where to go. Jeremiah what?
Jeremiah, let's see, 23, for instance, is one of them. But
Jeremiah 23.
Yeah. In Jeremiah 23, let me see. Well, that one it mentions David, but not exactly like I wanted to to read it. So let me see for a second. Okay. Okay, here it is. Where did it go?
I don't know.
Let me see. Well, the one of the ones I was mentioning, I said 23, right? 23:5.
Mhm. Behold, the days shall come, saith Yahweh, that I will raise unto David a righteous branch, but I don't think that's what you meant.
Exactly, because that is that would be what you said, and David, right? The son of David.
Right, the son of David, a branch of David. But anyways, you can make your point. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. It should be then. Let me see. Where did it go? I'm sorry. Let me see. Jeremiah 39. If not 39, but 30, verse 9.
Okay, here we go. Jeremiah 30, verse 9.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, let me go there. Jeremiah 30, verse 9.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just go there for you.
And this will lead to other questions, so I guess we'll see it in a future show. But in case you guys didn't know, in Judaism, there is a belief in reincarnation. So the belief that Adam would reincarnate as David, and then David will reincarnate as Messiah, because the word Adam has the Aleph, Dalet, and Mem. The Aleph is the first word of first letter for Adam. The Dalet is the first letter for David, and the Mem is the first letter for Mashiach. So they have that belief, and there are other things regarding that, but I won't mention them. I'm just saying that because of this verse that it says, "But they shall serve Yahweh, their mighty one, and David, their king." So he's saying in future they will serve David, not the son of David, but David himself, as the way it is written, of course. So Judaism, they say, is reincarnation.
Oh, I see.
And if you don't want to believe in reincarnation, we can talk about it later on, because it is.
Oh, because they're saying that that he's going to be raised up.
Exactly, raised up to be the king forever.
Got it.
So that is part of the question she was saying. Is his name David? Yahweh gives that name throughout prophecy, but that was a name that he had throughout scriptures. When he manifests, he would receive a new name. In fact, we have that in Revelation 2. If you want to, Revelation 3.
Okay, Revelation 3, what verse?
3:12. It says, "Him that overcometh," and I will explain that later on, that is the second manifestation, "will I make a pillar," because there were two pillars in the temple, Yakin and Boaz. Yakin represents the first, Boaz the last. So I will make him a pillar. Which pillar? Boaz. "In the temple of my mighty one, and he shall go no more out," which is what David wanted. David asked from Yahweh to be able to live in his temple and never go out. So Yahweh is giving him that. And it says, "And I will write upon him the name of my mighty one, Yahweh, and the name of the city of my mighty one, the New Jerusalem, which is called Yahweh Sipkenu, which is New Jerusalem, which cometh down out of heaven from my mighty one, and I will write upon him my new name." So we see that there would be a new name for the second manifestation. So it wouldn't be David, because that's a name that he used for him in the past. But it is mentioned to represent also the future. Like you said, the several levels of prophecies. Now, did Yahweh reveal to you who is the last? Well, I guess, but I'll just say this. In John 10, Yahushua says, "I am the door and the good shepherd." That represents the first and the last. Earlier I said that he never said to be the first and the last, because he never said it that way. The only way, or the closest way that he said it, was, "I am the door and the good shepherd." But when you read that carefully, you will see that he was saying the door is what came first. The good shepherd would come last, because the good shepherd, as Micah says, the prophet, would have to go through the door. So the last needs the first in order to fulfill his mission. So the last is the good shepherd. And if you go to John 10,
John what? I'm sorry.
John 10, chapter 10.
John chapter 10. What verse?
Just a second. Where he's talking about the good shepherd.
Right
Um,
here.
verse.
Got it.
Well, yeah, I'll read from 11, I guess. It says,
Okay.
verse
From 11? Yeah,
Yeah.
there it is. Yeah.
It says, I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd giveth his life for the sheep. Because Yahushua gave his life, but the last has to give his life as well, as we see in Revelation 11. But he that is a hireling, right? The one that is higher, which are the false prophets, the false messiahs, the false teachers, and not the shepherd, whose own whose own the sheep. I'm sorry, but he that is an hireling and not the shepherd, whose own the sheep are not, seeth the wolf coming, and leaveth the sheep and fleeth. So when he sees the wolf coming, he leaves the sheep. That is not what the good shepherd does. So it's also interesting, and I'll use this point. Remember, we were talking about Benjamin. Benjamin represents the thief in the night. A thief is somebody who is a sinner, somebody who people will reject. That represents that when the last comes, they will see him as somebody trying to steal the honor of the Messiah. They will see him as somebody who is wicked. And
Or the
remember,
land, trying to steal the land and the
Yeah,
name and the
yeah.
title and the regency.
yeah, everything. So
Still kill and destroy. Yeah.
remember that in the negative sense, when we talk about wolves, we talk about wolves dressed in sheep clothing. But everything in this reality has a duality. So a good point of view and a bad point of view. And the bad of a wolf is those who are not sheep, but instead eat the sheep, right? But in the positive, remember that Benjamin, the last son of Jacob, was represented by a wolf. So the last comes as a thief in the night, comes in a way as a wolf, because that's how people will see him. Not as a sheep, but a wolf. In fact, he comes as a lion, because Yahushua came as a lamb. 2,000 years ago, the Yahudim were expecting a lion, but a lamb manifested, so they didn't recognize him and killed him for Pesach as a lamb. Now, 2,000 years later, Christians are waiting the lamb, but the lion is the one who will manifest. So they will reject him and kill him, because Satan goes around roaring like a lion, right? Goes around like a lion, roaring, looking for whom he may devour. So they will see the last as Satan, as the enemy. That's why when they kill the two witnesses, they will think that they have killed the Antichrist and the false prophet, and they will say peace and safety, but then sudden destruction will come upon them when the Great Tribulation begins. So it says, then, and the wolf catches them and scattered them, the sheep. Let me see. The hireling fleeth, because he's a hireling, and well, this is not the point I wanted to make. Here it is, 14. I am the good shepherd, and know my sheep, and I'm known of mine. So the shepherd is the last. When the last manifests, the true sheep of Yahweh will recognize him, not through appearances, but through the voice, but through the teaching. Let's see. It says, and the Father knoweth me, even so know I the Father. You see, the Father knoweth me. That's why the Father comes to give knowledge of the Son, just like the Son came to give knowledge of the Father. As the Father knoweth me, even so know I the Father. And I lay down my life for the sheep. And other sheep I have, right? The few and the many, the Israelites and the Gentiles, those of the time of Yahushua, those of this time. And other sheep I have, which are not of this fold. Them also I must bring, and they shall hear my voice. Yahushua is the word. The last is the voice. So the true sheep will recognize the last through the voice, meaning through the teaching. Those who know the Father through the scriptures will understand who the good shepherd is through the teaching, because it says, and they shall hear my voice, not my word, but my voice, not the first, but the last. And there shall be one fold. From the few and the many, he will make one. From the Israelites and the Gentiles, he will make one. From those in the beginning and those at the end, he will make one. And they shall be one fold and one shepherd. Why one shepherd? Because there were two previously, right? First and last. But at the end, as Zechariah says, Yahweh will be one and his name one. and his Messiah, one shepherd. And then he continues. But my point was to show that the way to recognize the last, who is the good shepherd, is through the teaching, through the voice, not through appearance, because through appearances, they will say he's
That's
a thief.
right.
They will say he's a lion,
That's right.
etc., etc.
Well, they also, it also says in Isaiah that he has no appearance. He came with no appearance, with no comeliness. What is the verse that says
Isaiah 53.
Isaiah 53? Yeah, let me go there.
Yeah.
And then I have one last comment. We're just gonna, this one just kind of, I don't know, Luis, Mr. Fernandez, you know, I'm just gonna, but Mr. Fernandez had something sharp to say, but we'll just respond to it in just a second. What did you say it was? Isaiah what?
53.
Okay. And I don't mind criticism, and the criticism is not against me, but nonetheless, I don't mind criticism as long as we do it respectfully. And especially if you find yourself frustrated, which can happen, because again, we have been indoctrinated. There's so much information out there that it can cause a little bit of frustration when we say, hey, this kind of goes against what I believe something to be true. But again, if we have the yoke of humility, we should be able to listen to somebody else presenting information, even if it is contrary to what we believe, without being triggered or without being it's not that he's being provocative, it's so that we're not tripped up, right? So so just hear us out, hear what Brother Koresh has to say, and then if it's something that you don't agree with, go back, look into it, ask Yah to give you clarity. If it's not something that you can agree with, then you can just dust your feet and keep going. But what did you say, Isaiah 53? What?
53. Just click that one. It's like verse 5 or 6.
Okay.
Let me see. It says, maybe go before that is the 3, I think. Then
Okay.
I think it's verse 3.
Yeah, you're right. It says right here, for he shall grow up before him as a tender plant. And you were talking about that branch, right? That's the branch. Yeah. As a root, that root of Jesse, out of a dry ground. He has no form or no comeliness. And when we shall see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him, right? Instead, he would be despised and rejected of men. Again, there's that Benoni, the man of sorrow, and acquainted with grief. And we hid it as it were, our faces from him. He was despised and we esteemed him not. So absolutely, he has to be discerned, right? He has to be discerned.
Like you just said, it mentions the plant and the root. That is the last and the first. And the dry land, that is this world without the water of life. The apostasy.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And he is rooted. He is rooted. So Mr. Fernandez has a question, and then I'm not going to bring up his criticism, but nonetheless, he has a question. He wants to know why us guys are focusing so much on the Old Testament, not saying that it isn't important or that there are no connections. He's asking, is it wrong for him to say that all the law, it resumes into one?
All the law.
And thank you, Mr. Fernandez. First of all, I just want to say thank you, Luis. I know that you're trying to be patient. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you're tuned in and listening, and that you're considering something else. But please be patient with us too. And I love that you have questions, Mr. Fernandez. I've put Brother Koresh's information on in the description box, and if you have more questions, you can email him. I'm sure that he would be glad to help you and walk you through some of these things, right? So or if not, he has a congregation of brothers that again can probably address some of these issues with you.
Sure. Yeah, if you
go ahead.
Can you go to 1 John 3:23, please?
1 John 3:23. Yeah.
And don't take away the question. I'll explain it. I'll read this verse, and then that'll lead me to the answer, I think.
Okay. 1 John 3:23.
Yeah. And it says, and this is his commandment. You see how Fernandez, Luis Carlos just said that all the law, it resumes into one. I'm thinking into one commandment. So that's why I came to this. And this is his commandment, that we should believe on the name of his son, Yahushua HaMashiach, and love one another as he gave us a commandment. So the entirety of the law resumes in one commandment: believe in the name of the Son, Yahushua HaMashiach. If that is one commandment, then you should search to see what is the name of the Son. But we see before Yahushua gave the name for salvation through his death and resurrection, he resumed all the law in 2 commandments. The law and the prophets hang on love Yahweh with all your heart, all your mind, and all your strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. So you see how those 2 become 1 commandment. Believe in the name of the Son, because if you believe in the name of the Son, that means you love Yahweh with all your heart, and you love your neighbor as yourself. And if you love Yahweh with all your heart and your neighbor as yourself, then you're going to fulfill the 10 commandments. And if you fulfill the 10 commandments, then you're going to fulfill the 613 commandments of the Torah.
It's under the hedge. Yeah.
Yeah. And remember that Yahweh is love. So the true fulfillment is through love. So the way to understand scriptures and to understand what is the true interpretation of a commandment, not by the letter, but by the Spirit, is through love as the root of understanding. Love Yahweh, love your neighbor. So why do you guys focus so much on the Old Testament? Because it's the basis of the new. To understand the
it's
new,
the pattern. It's the seed that has the pattern that produces after its own kind. You know, it's interesting because Shaul himself, when he's speaking to the Galatians, he says, don't let anybody, challenge you for these things. And he's talking about the shadow of these things, right? Which would be like the new moon.
I was
and
actually about to read that.
No. Oh, but wait, hold on. This is just so beautiful because Mr. Fernandez, Lucito, thank you, because that shows that your heart is humbled and that you're receptive. And absolutely, there's nothing to apologize for him. But he's saying that he comes from ignorance, which is a former Christian. I would really encourage you to connect with Brother Koresh and his ministry, and get involved. And when you have questions, I know they'll help you. I know they'll help you along the journey.
And just to finish with that question, because it's important.
Yeah,
we to really understand Mashiach and why he came and why he had to die and everything, we need to understand the old covenant. To understand the new, we need the old, and without the old, we end up misinterpreting everything in the new, and that's why there are so many wrong doctrines. And in those doctrines, most of the time they reject the old and even reading the new, so that you don't get confused and continue following what you were told. So that's why Hebrews 10 says, for the law, the Torah, having a shadow of the good things to come. So if you want to understand...
Wait, where are we going? Where's the verse?
Hebrews 10.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Verse 1.
Okay, go.
For the law, having a shadow of good things to come. So if you want to know what are the good things that are coming, we need to read the law through the Spirit, not through the flesh, because the letter kills, but the Spirit gives life. And the letter is the flesh of the Torah. The Spirit is what gives it life or interpretation. So just like a body without spirit is just a corpse, the scriptures, the letter without the ruach is just a corpse. And that's why those who follow the flesh end up following wrong doctrines. So for the law having a shadow of good things to come and not the very image of the things. So people think that the law is the image, so they follow it to the letter, and they ended up rejecting Mashiach, who is the word, because they were expecting something else that the flesh told them through the inclination to evil, because the heart is deceitful above all things. So by following the heart without the intellect, the heart without the head, which is Mashiach, they ended up going astray. So for the law having a shadow of good things to come and not the very image of the things, can never, with those sacrifices which they offered year by year, continually make the comers thereunto perfect. So the sacrifices of animals could not pay for the sins of men, for they were animals. An animal cannot pay for a human. So Yahweh came as a human to fulfill what was represented by the lamb of Pesach, to bring us out of slavery to sin, right? So it was all in the old covenant is a shadow of things to come, but we need the shadow to understand the figure, right? To understand what it would manifest. So that's why we talk about, and not only the law, because we also talk about the new covenant. It's just the entire scriptures. We cannot, in Revelation, Yahweh tells us not to take away from his words, nor to add. And his words started from the first book that Moshe wrote until Revelation. We shouldn't take anything away from it. We shouldn't take the entire old covenant and say it is old, let's get rid of it. No, It is old because there's a new one, but the new one is understood through the old, because the old
I,
was a shadow of the new.
I would like to say something to that. So I understand where Lucito's coming from. So Luis, I think what you're looking for is how do you put all of this in such a way that it makes sense to those who you're trying to explain to? Because again, I know your family, the organized religion doesn't understand what it is that we're doing, because we're coming out of the hedge of pastoral leadership, religion, organized religion. You know, they promote, you know, the more congregants they have, the more of a tax. And I hate to say this, but it's just true. You know, 501c3, they get a tax break. So the more people that they have under their hedge, the more of a tax break that they get. I mean, it's just really a matter of numbers. So they want to keep pushing the Great Commission, go and evangelize and bring people into the church. And then they will try to keep you as a congregant by, you know, kind of putting fear and saying, you know, you have to stay plugged in. You got to get to a good church. And they always say that, you know, you get saved and you say the sinner's prayer and you get baptized, which is not even a thing. It's a whole Latin thing, Catholic thing, but you get baptized. Immersion is proper, but the baptismal and the Latin and the Catholic, and you get baptized in the name of Mary and Jesus and all the things. But so they do this because they're saying, now that you've been written in, now you're part of the congregation, now we can actually include your name on a tax break. But then they want to promote evangelism, go and bring the people into the church, bring the people in, because to them that again is an outward show. They can say, then look at the hand of Yah is upon us, but really it's Ichabod, where they are accursed and empty. But they're saying, look, we're growing. The anointing is upon us because our congregation is growing. It's a massive congregation like Joel Osteen or whatever. But with that being said, it's difficult for us to then explain to our family members when they say, well, what exactly do you believe? And we're like, are you a Christian? Are you a Jew? And it's really difficult. So I think that's where you're coming from, first of all. But I think to encourage you, it's going to be by the Ruach that you're able to speak truth. And it's not about putting things together in such a way that it makes sense, but it's about being able to speak the truth. And that really comes from you studying to show yourself approved. As you become more intimately acquainted with the word, you're spending time with the Ruach. And then when it's time, brother, and as that word matures in you, the fruit of your lips will be truth. It'll be righteousness. It'll make sense to the person who's hearing regardless. So with that, here you have some play on words here. So it says, for the law having a shadow and a pattern of, because I love the patterns of good things to come, not the very image, which is the word soma, of the things can never with those sacrifices which they offered year by year continually make the comers thereunto perfect. Actually, this is not the one that is a good one.
I was going to mention the other one, but then I saw this one because the other one mentions the days and everything. But
okay, perfect. Well, actually, I think it's Colossians, right? Colossians 2:17. Okay, I want to show you guys something really cool. I think it's pretty cool.
And while you say that, well, you'll find it already. So go ahead.
I found it fast. You got to be faster than that, Koresh. Okay, so it says here, let no one disqualify you, right? So it says, which are a shadow. So it says, let no man therefore judge you in what you eat or drink, or in respect of a set apart day, or of the new moon, or the Sabbath days, included through italics. But it says, which are a shadow. So all of these things, right? All of these things which are in the covenant, the various covenants. Actually, there's various covenants, not just one covenant. The Adamic covenant, the Mosaic covenant, the Levitical covenant. I'm sorry, the Mosaic covenant, the Davidic covenant. You have several covenants, not just one covenant. But in the covenant, it says that these things are elements of the contingencies, if you will. Mm-hmm. But he says that these contingencies are a shadow of things to come, but the soma, the body, is Mashiach. So I just want to make one point here. So this word soma, this word body, is the word soma, which means the fullness. It means basically the fullness or the substance of something. Now, it's interesting to note, again, you can always see the ending from the beginning. If you go back into the beginning, when he created the man, he created him in three parts. Well, actually 2 parts. First in his image, and then in his likeness. But even though he was in the image, yes, even though he was in the image, that's right, the fullness, right? because a seed and then it produces, right? So even though he created him in his image, which is the word, let's just go there. You're going to see something really cool. It says, and he said, and let Elohim make, and Elohim said, let us make man in our image. And this is the word here for Zalem, which means a shadow.
Shadow, yes.
A shadow. And so Shaul is literally saying that this is the shadow. So when you cast a shadow, you're refracting light. So Yahuwah is saying that he was the light. He was refracting the light, creating a pattern of something, outline, and then he filled that outline, which is the word damut, which means blood, mut, the life. But that he wasn't a living creature until he breathed. That's what Adam means. Adam comes from the root word dam, which means blood. So he didn't become an animated force or a living soul until he now breathed life into the blood. So it required the ruach. So when I look at the Tanakh, I think of the pattern of righteousness. When I look at the Brit Chadashah, I think of the fullness of that righteousness. I see Yahusha fulfilling the pattern. That's why the Christians, they have so many different denominations. Why? Because they renounce the pattern. They don't have a pattern of righteousness. So they don't know what righteousness looks like. They don't have a plumb line. They don't have a standard. Yeah. Okay. They reject it. Say there's no standard. There's no Torah. We don't know how to act. We don't know. So our pastor tells us, don't gossip, or they rely everything of all their righteousness is relying on half or letters, the Pauline epistles, which is basically half of a conversation. So it's foolishness.
Yeah. And so they, what Shaul did was explain the Torah. That's what he did. So to understand Shaul or Paul, you need to understand the Torah or read the Torah to know what he was speaking about. And that's why Peter himself said that the things that Shaul, Paul spoke about were difficult to understand. And yeah, what you're saying is right on point. And image and likeness, first and last. That's why when Philippos or Philip went to Yahushua, he said, show us the Father. And he said, if you have seen me, you have seen the Father, because Yahushua is the image of the Father. And therefore, like you just said, the shadow, the image would be the Torah or the Tanakh, the Old Covenant. And the new covenant is the fulfillment of it. And that's why we need both to understand, because remember that Hosea 4:6 says, for lack of knowledge, my people are destroyed. But that is in the Old Covenant. You don't know that if you don't read the Old Covenant. And to read the Old Covenant, by reading the Old Covenant, you attain that knowledge that you need in order not to be destroyed. So you need knowledge of who is the true Messiah, knowledge of his name, knowledge of how to fulfill the commandments, knowledge of why the new covenant had to be given if the old covenant was there already. So all of that is one or several reasons why we need to see the old covenant and understand it. And as you were saying regarding Colossians, and yeah, I ended up not going to that one first because the other one was in general talking about the law being a shadow. This other one that you mentioned in Colossians was talking about like meat,
the
about
contingencies,
and days, right? And that's
the
what
elements of that contract.
Exactly. So
these are the elements of a contract. Just like if you were to sign a lease for a car, there would be elements. So just because you come into agreement with that institution for that said car, whatever it is, the house or whatever, there are still contingencies. For example, you must make a payment, a specific amount on a particular day. If not, there are consequences. You got 3 days. You have a right of rescission. You have all of these different terms within that contract. You don't just get to keep the car, but you have to abide by the terms of the contract. So there are terms, and what you eat and how you live and the days that you're appointed to keep, all of these are the contingencies of that contract. But it's interesting also to note that he says first in our image and then in our likeness. And as I mentioned over here, it's the word where we get damut or blood. And it's where we get the word dam or Adam, right? To face the east actually, but the dam.
That's why.
And so demut.
That's why the last comes as the Ben Adam. That's why he comes dressed in red, as I said, as 63 says, dressed as Edom, because he's the moon, as you were saying. And that's why at the end, Yahuhanan sees somebody and says he is unto like the Son of Man. So he had the likeness, but was not the image. So that word,
he was not the life. And so, but even though he created, so it's interesting to note again, the Christians, they renounce the Torah. They say it's been nailed to the cross or been done away with. So they don't have an image. They're not expressing the likeness. They don't have the life, which is found in the pattern of righteousness. The Torah is the pattern of righteousness that executes us because it judges us. But it's beautiful because you see this pattern right here, first in his image, then in his likeness. But then that word likeness is the life or the blood, the fullness, the substance, the soma, which Yahusha is the body, the blood, the fullness, the soma of righteousness. He's the fullness of right. He fulfilled the law. He became the righteousness of the law expressed in human form.
Something interesting that since you have that word right on the screen, you see how it is the mut. We read Hebrew from right to left, right? The word mut could be read as mavet, which means death.
For death. Yes, I was going to mention that too. See,
or mut, a dead person. But
That's
the dalet is the gate, the door. Yahushua is the door out of death.
Yahushua, you can see what he's saying.
If you go, right.
Let me put it like this for you. Oh no, it doesn't show all of it. Where is it? Anyways, keep going.
Yeah, so it starts with the door, and then is death. Yahushua is the door to go through death without perishing, pretty much through justification. So you have there, in this case, it's Duma, right? It doesn't end with the Tafs, which is the one I was using. But that's pretty much it. So Yahushua is the door out of death, right? He is salvation. He is justification. And so when we become like Messiah through his Ruach, we are able to walk through death because the gates of Sheol or of hell couldn't withstand his people, his congregation, as he told Peter. So
so there it is right here. So you're absolutely right. So it's the word mut or damut or mavet. It's all part of the same word. But what's interesting to note is dam is the word blood, and then mut means to be silent. It's where we get the term moot point. It became mute, but we have this term called moot, M-O-O-T. A moot point means a dead point. It means to bring something to an end. And so that's what mute means. It means to literally, if you look at the definition for this word for death, it means to make the blood silent, to quench the spirit. What makes the blood alive? And you were talking about the voice, and we shall know his voice. Well, that's what the Ruach is. The Ruach becomes the voice of reason, or the voice of the counsel that gives to us counsel. It makes the blood of life because we receive the breath of life. We become animated, a living soul, because the counselor has been restored to us. Our blood is no longer empty. Our blood is no longer racha. It's no longer void. And so the blood becomes alive. So that's important to note, that the Jews that call themselves the Jews, they adhere to the Torah, apparently, but they renounce Mashiach. So they don't have the life. They're literally going through the motions of the law, putting themselves under the curse of the law because it's judging them without mercy. There is no resurrection. There is no hope for redemption because they renounce Mashiach. And then you have the Christians who adhere only to the body of Mashiach, Jesus, and the blood of Jesus, but they have no pattern of righteousness. So they don't have no idea what Jesus is going to look like when he comes. They have no idea what to expect because they've renounced the pattern of his body.
They know how Jesus is going to look. They don't know how
Jesus, yes,
looks like. Yeah.
Well, I assure you, they're going to be confused because they're going to be like, oh, yeah.
I know what you mean, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows how Jesus looks like. He's white.
Oh, you mean the picture of Jesus?
Yeah, the image they made, the idol, because that's not the name of the Messiah. That's the name of the idol.
Caesar, what's his name? Caesar Borgia. What's Caesar?
Cesar Borgia.
Yeah, Caesar Borgia.
Well, yeah, in English they pronounce it different. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, let me just give you guys an update. Apparently, and where did it go? The Hamas leader, was killed. Hold on. He was just recently killed, actually, this morning, I think. Just came to me. 2 top Hamas leaders were killed in Israel airstrikes, apparently. One of, I think he was the second most influential leader. So 2 of the top leaders were recently killed. I probably shouldn't say that word, but anyways, they were taken out in Israel airstrikes on Gaza. So that's interesting to note. It says here 2 senior Hamas leaders linked to the I'm going to not use these words. You can research it, but they have been taken out in separate airstrikes on Gaza just hours apart, according to the military, the Israeli, the IDF. Interesting. I wonder what that means. They have to justify what they're doing somehow by giving the population some results, right? The people want results, so they want to see the results. So I have much to say about that, but we'll preserve that for another time, brother. I think it's time for tacos. And what? let me load your last video, and if you want to just let us know, this one was a really good one. The video that I'm going to play.
First and last, I think.
Is that what it was? Yeah, you want to tell us?
I'm not sure. Is it? I think it was
first and the last, and that's so funny because that's what we were talking about all day, was the first and the last, and the sword, famine, and death. If any of you are interested, the first, the one that I played was sword, famine, and death, and you can find that by Googling or researching. Putting in your search bar Koresh. Yeah, on YouTube.
The seer, if possible, and it's not that I'm calling myself a seer; it's just the name or title that was given to me. And also I ended up using it because there was another person with the name Koresh, and so they needed me to add something to it, and I added what was told to me when the name was given. So if you want to find it easier, just write Koresh the Seer on Spotify or YouTube or any music platform. I have a lot more music, but not all of it is on Spotify, but you can find me by writing Koresh the Seer, or on YouTube. You write Sword, Famine, and Death by Koresh, and you'll find that song or the rest. I thankfully have like more than 100 songs already, so it's a lot to hear, all scriptures.
We have a lot. Let me see if I can put it up for you. All right, let's get it. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget, everybody, look, we've gone on for 4 hours. We doubled.
That's how we do,
brother. I look forward to seeing you Tuesday, Yah willing. Don't forget, everybody, 5 p.m. And I will make sure to update the comment section so you can get a hold of Brother Koresh if you have any questions or comments for him, or if you would just like to join his studies. And don't forget, we have a new series coming out. We will be talking about prophetic events, end time things. We're going to start with the second Exodus this Tuesday. Brother Koresh will be joining me again. And also look forward to the podcast that we're going to be starting pretty soon. We're going to have lots of different artists and music and all kinds of cool stuff. So let's get it started. Hang on just a second.
Listen to me, O Jacob, and
Shalom, by the way.
Israel, my
Thank you for the crush.
Have a blessed one.
I am the first. I am also the last.
Within the duality of this reality, the Almighty would separate his identity. First came with serenity, last to kill the evil entity, to put an end to the enmity, unite the heavenly with the earthly. But the apostasy made the people miss the prophecy. They don't know, they don't see how Mashiach behana be. Awaiting their Christ, they won't flee. To be free, they want a rapture that will fracture the doctrine as Satan manufactured, and the sheep are eating as their pasture. That's why the beast will capture the many who were fooled by their pastor, who couldn't get the metaphor of Pollux and Castor. Only some mythology, even though they have theology, confirming that they go to university to be told what they are supposed to teach society. Pure fallacy, so they shall fall in a lake that's fiery. Rightly so, with the hoe in every toe. I know you don't get this though. All you think is dough, yet you don't grow. Real faith, you don't know. Sword nor boat, believing to be high, yet you're low. Mesmerized by the show that Lucifer prepared for you. Aleph and Tav, first and the last, the rod and the staff, future and past. The present won't last, the end is coming fast. Get ready for the blast. I'm a spark in the world of gas. Aleph and Tav, first and the last, the rod and the staff, future and past. The present won't last, the end is coming fast. Get ready for the blast. I'm a spark in the world of gas.
Must be Galil, we're back at it full circle. Can't believe what the word about to repeat, as if we never learned a lesson. Much less bring to memory the one to share this blood for you and me. You got it all twisted, calling on the wrong name, wrong frame. Yahushua the first, yeah, I live in black man, but check it. What if this time around, it's just to come up to the world looking like a Mexican? Better recognize the voice when he's speaking. Can you hear the call? Good shepherd calling at your door. Full immersion indeed, going at it once more. But just like before, the world won't see it, but sure gon' feel it. Nothing but pain is the portion of the wicked. Where would you stand when the veils are lifted? And everything you thought had value and meaning will be shown for what it's worth, and that's zero. First and last, the only hero. You can get the money, you can get the power. Keep your eyes on this final hour. Say you can get the money, yeah, you can get the power. Better keep your eyes on the final hour.
שמע אלי יעקב וישראל מקוראי, אני הוא אני ראשון אף אני אחרון.
Aleph and Tav, first and the last, the rod and the staff, future and past, the present won't last, the end is coming fast, get ready for the blast, I'm a spark in the world of gas. Primero como cordero, después como león, vino como hijo, ahora padre de la creación, misericordia, justicia para cada nación, principio y fin de cada estación, coge mi rey de toda dimensión, semilla de mujer para redención, hijo de hombre con condenación, puerta a la razón, pastor de la congregación, abogado que defiende para salvación, testigo que da justificación, espada que corta toda rebelión, arco que alcanza cada rincón, agua de vida y revelación, fuego que da comprensión y prueba durante tribulación, macho cabrío y becerro del día de expiación, brazo y mano del león, palabra que hace división, voz que da dirección, raíz y renuevo de bendición, sabiduría con información, entendimiento de cada cuestión, pero le rechazan por su opinión, a pesar de estar en cada renglón de la escritura siguen en negación, no tienen interpretación, carecen de unción, su doctrina es confusión. Hicieron una fusión de toda religión para atrapar al montón con pura emoción, sin saber a dónde dirigen su adoración ni que invocan en oración.
Así dice Yahweh, rey de Israel y su redentor, Yahweh de los ejércitos. Yo soy el primero, yo soy el último, fuera de mí no hay poderoso. ¿Y quién proclamará lo venidero? Lo declarará y lo pondrá en orden delante de mí, como hago yo desde que establecí el pueblo antiguo. Que les anuncie lo que viene, lo que está por venir. No temáis ni os amedrentéis, no te lo hice oír desde la antigüedad y te lo dije. Luego vosotros sois mis testigos, no hay poderoso sino yo, no hay roca, no conozco ninguna. Isaías 44. Aleph and Tav, first and the last, the rod and the staff, future and past, the present won't last, the end is coming fast, get ready for the blast, I'm a spark in the world of gas.